Check. Check. Fort Lauderdale Historic Preservation Board will be conducting this meeting in both a virtual and in-person format this evening. The public can view a live stream of this meeting at www.fortlauderdale.gov/FLTV. Any member of the public that is interested in speaking before the HPB virtually is required to complete the virtual speaker card on the city's website at www.fortlauderdale.gov/government/HPB. Any member of the public that is interested in speaking before the HPB in person may sign up to speak at the meeting or by using the virtual speaker card. Due to COVID-19 distance requirements, there is limited seating available. Therefore, we are encouraging members of the public to participate virtually when possible. If you have trouble signing up, please email tlogan@fortlauderdale.gov or call 954-828-5265. Please provide your name and address. If you cannot be identified, you will not be provided with access to the meeting. Participants, please remember to mute yourself if you are not speaking and silence any other devices and speakers so we do not hear interference. I will now turn it over to the chair to start the meeting.
Thank you so much. The meeting will be called to order at 5:07 p.m. If you could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Thank you very much. Ms. Parkinson, thank you for joining us tonight. If you could please call the roll so we can determine a quorum.
Absolutely. Chair Blank,
Present.
Vice Chair Marcus. I think.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Parker, unmute yourself.
Hit
Try it again.
hit the thing.
There you go.
All right, present.
There we go.
Mr. Carney,
Present.
Ms. Lyons, Mr. Parker,
Present.
Mr. Rosa,
Here.
Ms. Cesara.
Ms. Cesara is actually on the attendee list, if she could be moved over as a panelist.
And Mr. Chavon.
Here.
Chair, you do have a quorum, but I don't know if you want to wait for Ms. Cesara.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parkinson. Once Ms. Cesara gets moved over, we'll note her appearance for tonight's meeting. Quorum being present. One thing I do want to note is for the members of the board up here on the dais, as well as any members of the public, applicants, attorneys, representatives, whoever might be addressing the board tonight, please make sure that the microphone is unmuted. Speak into the microphone. You don't have to eat it, but feel free to please speak into it so that we can make sure that those of us who are present, as well as those online, are able to hear everything that's being said. So we appreciate your cooperation with that. And I assure you, if you start talking and I say, unmute, unmute, I don't mean to be rude. I just want to make sure everybody can hear what's being said. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and address the minutes of our last meeting on September 1st of 2021. I'm assuming everybody on the board has had a chance to review those. If there are no amendments to those minutes, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Marcus. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Carney or Mr. Chavon?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Motion seconded by Mr. Chavon. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the minutes from the September 1st meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That will bring us to the public sign-in and the swearing in. As Ms. Logan noted, if you are a member of the public intending to address the board tonight, we ask that you have previously signed in. If you have not, you're able to do so at the table over there to my left, your right, most likely. Please do so. Otherwise, Ms. Wallen, I would ask you to swear in the members of the public and the applicants and all other persons wishing to present before the board this evening.
Hello, if you're going to speak to the board tonight, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Wallen, do you want to address any members online? I don't know if we have anybody signed up online to address the board this evening.
We do not have anyone that signed up to speak virtually tonight.
Wonderful. In the event that somebody does come on, we will go ahead and swear them in at that time. Okay, that'll bring us to our first item on the agenda, item 4A, review and comment on a proposed new development, Society Las Olas Phase 2, case number UDP HP 21031. The applicant is Graybrook Riverfront 2 LLC. Agent Ms. Crush is, I believe, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Let's go ahead and note any disclosures. We'll start on this end of the dais. Dave, any disclosures on this item?
I spoke with her a few moments today.
With Ms. Crush? Okay, thank you. Arthur?
No disclosures.
Thank you. I received a call from Ms. Crush. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take
I
it.
couldn't take mine either.
I received a call from Ms. Crush, nothing else to disclose.
Okay.
I received a call from Ms. Crush, but nothing to disclose.
Okay. Richard? Oh, Richard, you're muted. See, it's just like when I appear online.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I received a call from Ms. Crush earlier this afternoon, spoke to her briefly.
Okay, great. And Ms. Zara, were you able to move on over? Yes, you were. Did you have any disclosures on this item?
Yes, no disclosure.
Great.
No, I don't. No.
Veronica, thank you for attending. We appreciate it as always. Okay, so with the disclosures having been made, let's go ahead and we will hear the staff report on this item.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board, Tricia Logan, Historic Preservation Planner. This item previously came before the board several years ago. There is a typo in the staff report as far as the date. It was in 2016 on December 5th when this item came before the Historic Preservation Board for the review and comment of the project in its entirety. Now phase 1 has been completed and they are getting ready to work on phase 2 of the project. Outlined in the staff report, it does review what items have changed in phase 2 since the first time it came before the board. And it does talk about how it has returned to the DRC for an administrative review of those changes. Those are in progress of being addressed, but one item is somewhat still outstanding with planning to review, and that is the expressive top. So they are working with planning staff to address that. This location is directly abutting 3 of our historic landmarks on the east side of the property, and then on the west side is the H1 district that's separated by the FEC railway. So those are the primary elevations that interact with our historic properties. The main change that affects visually the historic properties is going to be the west elevation, and that directly views into the H1 district, where originally they had proposed some liner units located on the lower levels, and now it's been changed to be artwork on that facade for the majority of that location. So that's the primary change that affects the historic properties. Within the conclusion, staff does recommend the same recommendations that were provided previously, which is to provide archaeological monitoring of the site as it is within an archaeologically significant zone, and to provide monitoring during construction activity of the neighboring historic properties. And the developer did provide the monitoring of those properties during the phase 1 development and did provide a report to staff to verify that there was no damage done during that process. So we expect the same care to be taken during this next phase of the development project. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant. So I believe she does have a presentation to show you.
Ms. Crush, please
current design.
feel free to approach. We look forward to your presentation. And you will have 15 minutes as the applicant, or as the representative of the applicant.
I think it should be that one. No, below. There you go. Toggle the arrows. Testing, testing. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, board members. I'm Courtney Crush, representing Property Markets Group, the owner and developer of the Society Las Olas project. As Ms. Logan indicated, the project has completed its phase 1, and we are returning to you as part of some administrative review changes. There have actually been several enhancements to the 2-tower residential community over the course of the last several years, but we hadn't been before this board in a while to give you a project update, and look forward to doing so. You may recall back in 2016 reviewing what was then ex Las Olas, proposed as, again, 2 L-shaped residential buildings, an elevated ground level where the parking podium at the time was elevated significantly up in the air to create a public plaza. At the time we came before the board, certainly looking at the proposals proximity to both the 3 historic buildings Tricia discussed, and also being across the tracks from the H1 zoning district, you as board members who were sitting at the time emphasized connectivity and interaction, and seeing that, I think, as a strong physical benefit to the H1 district. As you can see, this was the rendering that we shared with you at the time. Phase 1 of Society is complete and active, and as you can see, at the portion of the podium that is facing east, we have already introduced through phase 1 art. Property Markets Group not only emphasizes placemaking, they have included art both on the exterior as a creative way to allow the public to have something that is interesting to look at. You also see introduction of art at the ground level and on some of the interiors. Some of you may be familiar with the Thrive sculpture, which sits outside the southeast portion of the phase 1 entrance. Artistic physical features are also included throughout Society, and really, I think, has been very well received by those in the general public who experience it at the ground level, or some of the residents and patrons throughout the amenities. Perspective of phase 1 from the west, just wanted to share with you, you can see at the ground level that elevated experience really does provide a lot of light, open plaza area, and then there are commercial uses, restaurants to be located along the river. As Tricia noted, we have been working with planning staff, and you may have seen in your staff report, the initial comments back from several months ago encouraged us to maintain the sky lobbies that exist in phase 1. And while the phase 1 roof line is a little more purely horizontal, staff encouraged us to provide an expressive top on the phase 2 portion. As you can see, consistent with the New River Master Plan, the proposed roof is now has additional articulation. The phase 2 tower is lower than it was originally approved, but still maintains that step down to the river. And I think you can see from this perspective, the sky lobbies, the vertical movement have been maintained. As you can see, the art at the location is going to be rather prominent, and we are including discussions with what is the appropriate type of artist, local artist, as we had done on phase 1. We were strongly encouraged that while there are creative artists throughout South Florida, if we can coordinate and use our contacts and resources to have different pieces of art at different locations, that really could make these palettes, if you will, something rather interesting. So just to share with you some of the locations on the west that are proposed, you can see on the right of the screen, and these are just the structural models. But you can see on the far right, there is the existing art that faces the History District. Then we do have the residential units, and what we're proposing now is to have those two additional, I'm going to call them canvas areas, and really have been discussing internally and interviewing different artists as to what might be appropriate, thinking that perhaps there could be something that may be appropriate for that center panel, more reflective of Fort Lauderdale and a certain era and/or community. And then as you head to the towards Second Street, that is something where if you're driving east on Las Olas, you just come from the Performing Arts Center, and MOD. So perhaps that across from the old Tarpon Bend has a different feel. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that the board may have. We're very excited and think this is a rather creative and unique way to have our residential communities engage with the public in a more overt fashion.
Thank you so much.
And
Ms. Crush.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, and also Ms. Logan had referenced the monitoring, the archaeological and the reports. The project was approved with both towers. I believe that remains, but we certainly have no issues whatsoever with that. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
All right, any comments from the board that are either present or online?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Marcus.
Ms. Crush, I wanted to commend you on a very interesting project. I mean, my two comments you've already addressed. My two comments were, since it is such major space devoted to artwork, which I think is wonderful to give back to the community a little bit, I think you have to be extra vigilant in terms of choosing that artwork, as you said, because some of this artwork, you see the artwork first and you miss the building. So I don't, whatever your intent is there, but it'd be
No,
good
we
to see
don't-
the building.
We did not want we did
Yeah.
not want the building missed. But
And the second part of it was, I'm glad you're exploring doing some irregular rooftops, because I was very disappointed to see the flat rooftops. It just makes your building look like everything else downtown. So it gives it a little personality. Be nice to push it up more, but we got to start somewhere.
understood. I will share that feedback, Mr. Marcus.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board, either present or online? Oops. No? Mr. Rosa or Mrs. Zara, I want to make sure that you have an opportunity.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. No comment from me.
Okay, great. Ms. Crush, thank you so much for bringing. I am going to ask you to stand by. You can have a seat, but just stand by. I don't know if there is a need. Do we have, Ms. Wallen, do we need to give public comment
I
on
would
this as
let
well?
the public comment, yes.
Okay, so then are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none present in the chambers, I don't know, do we have any online? I'll ask.
I don't have anyone that signed up in advance to speak on this item, and I don't see any hands raised at the moment.
All right, so then let me ask that. If there is somebody present online in the Zoom room, that really has to be a better way to say that, but in the Zoom room,
That's what it is.
that wishes to be heard on this item, please go ahead and click the button on the bottom of your screen noting raise hand so that we can see that you wish to be heard.
I don't see any hands.
Either do
Raised at
I.
the moment.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Ms. Crush, thanks for standing by.
My
I'll give
pleasure.
one last
Mr. Chair.
opportunity for any comment on behalf of the board. All right, hearing none, we'll consider this matter closed, and we look forward to certainly seeing the progress of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, so that'll bring us to the next item on our agenda. Review and comment on proposed new development, Raintree Riverwalk Residences, R3, case number UDP HP 21033, downtown Fort Lauderdale Waterfront 18 LLC. Agent Ms. Toothaker, who, hi, how are you? Ms. Toothaker is present. Let's go ahead and do disclosures first. I'll start again down at this end of the dais. Dave, do we have any disclosures on this item? Mr. Parker? Any disclosures?
I was there at the property today.
Okay. Mr.
No
Parker?
disclosures.
All right, none from me.
Nothing to disclose?
Thank you. Mr. Chabon?
Nothing to disclose.
Well, Mr. Rosa?
None.
Mrs. Zara? I think that was
Nothing.
unenforced syllables. Okay, we'll take it as none. Thank you so much, everybody. With that, we'll go ahead and hear the staff report.
Okay, again, this is another review and comment for the Raintree Riverwalk Residences. And this was previously called the Marina Lofts and came before the Historic Preservation Board in 2012 for, again, review and comment, primarily to look at the effects of the proposed new development on the H1 historic district that's located across the river. At that time, the Historic Preservation Board did express some concerns over the effect of the proposed new development at that time on the H1 historic district, specifically the way that the previous buildings were positioned on the parcel and the potential for shadow to lay on the historic district at certain times of the year. This is an entirely new proposal that's coming before you, and it is voluntary that the applicant has chosen to do another review and comment in front of the Historic Preservation Board. On this parcel, there's also the African rain tree. This rain tree is identified as an important tree by the City Commission through a resolution, and it is being considered, well, it was being considered tomorrow on the October 5th agenda, but I think it's been moved, and I'm not sure of the exact date at this time, but it is not designated through the Historic Preservation Ordinance, so there is no purview of that tree by the Historic Preservation Board. It's only, at this time, a review and comment of that new development on the area across the river. Since there's such a distance between the new development and the H1 Historic District and the repositioning of the buildings on the site, there really isn't an effect onto the historic district. The applicant also included some shadow studies to demonstrate that at certain times of the year. So with that, this is an archaeologically significant site or zone as well. So again, this would have archaeological monitoring that would be required in certain areas of the parcel, but they have done some archaeological studies already, including a phase 1 and phase 2, which I believe was provided in your packets. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Actually, before we go to you, Ms. Toothaker, hang on 2 seconds. I just want to make sure that I understand a few things that you said, Trish, so that we can frame the conversation moving forward here. So as I understand it, I'm sorry, let me make sure that I'm in my mic here. As I understand it, there are a few different issues. Number one, the previous concern of the board was shading, but it's been determined, the shading on the H1 Historic District, which is kind of the reason that we're here today, but it's been previously opined that this project would not affect the H1 district, that the issues with the rain tree are not within the purview of this board because that's strictly a city commission issue, and that that any conversation we have is strictly, well, beyond the archaeological aspects of the project, should strictly be limited to the effect on the, or potential effect on the H1 district. Am I correct there?
Correct, yeah.
I just want to make sure that I have it all framed so that as we move forward, we all stay within our respective boxes. All right, Ms. Toothaker, thank you for joining us. You have 15 minutes to address the board on your application.
Thank you so much. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Symbol Development. With me is Joe Palma. Joe is the architect. He's going to give you the majority of the presentation, but just to reiterate a couple of the items that Trish had shared with you, and thank you, Trish, because the staff report is really excellent and on point. This is a project that was previously approved by the prior city commission under Mayor Seiler and that commission. The commission at that time not only approved the project, but they also approved the relocation of the rain tree. The permit for the relocation of the rain tree has been issued. So we hold in our hands a permit for the relocation of the rain tree that was previously approved, and that's a valid permit, although we have put that on hold at the request of the neighbors. The project that was originally approved was a much larger project, and the orientation of the buildings were very different than what you're going to see this evening. And so some of the concerns that were raised at that time, we think we've taken those off the table, and Joe will show that to you. We've done shadow studies that show that this project does not impact the historical district. And just to reiterate that we did come here of our own volition. We came here voluntarily. We thought it was really important to provide an update because the project that is previously approved is a valid site plan, and that we could go get building permits today for that original site plan, but we've worked to redesign the project, and we think this is a project that is compatible. We think it's beautiful, and I think Joe will go through all that, but we appreciate the opportunity to be here and to provide you with that update, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have about any of those items. So let me just go through a couple of things. So this is the subject site. It is on the south side of the New River. in the Tarpon River area. The land use is downtown rack. So this is one of the rack projects. So the rack calls for significantly larger, projects, more intense projects. That's the whole purpose of the rack. It is zoned rack SMU, and the project that you will see is completely consistent with the rack SMU zoning. It is in the downtown master plan near downtown character area, and the project is also compatible and in line with the DMP. You can see, as Trish said, we're far enough away from the historic district that it's not technically a requirement to be here, but we thought it was appropriate, and again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Most of this is already in your staff report. Previously approved called Marina Lofts project. Now it's Raintree River Lofts. It is some of the major concerns that were outlined in the original staff report. We've taken those off the table with the new development, and I think probably better just to show you the images. And I am going to ask Joe to take over. This is you're seeing here. This is the prior approval.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Palma. I'm the architect. I think the most important thing to note is the previous project, as you see here, had much more solidity, much more of a wall condition along the Riverwalk, and certainly affected the view corridors from across from where the historical district currently is situated. The Raintree, as Stephanie mentioned, is really a celebratory piece of what we wish to provide to the community as well as to who will experience the Riverwalk within the Riverwalk Master Plan. The overall placement of the towers, the biggest move was placing these towers perpendicular to the river, hence increasing view corridors both from the south as well as from the historic district, and also creating a perception of a much slender buildings versus what was previously, as highlighted here in red, a more continuous, almost relentless facade along the Riverwalk. So in these light blue, I don't know if you can see the three arrows, really increase three main view corridors now from opposite of the river, and you're able to actually get glimpses of the sky as you look through the two towers. This general massing shows certainly the neighborhood, or at least what is becoming more vertical and continues to be more vertical. We're by no means nowhere near the taller buildings of the district. The importance is obviously is to create a really strong ground plane, a great realm that is for all to experience, not only the residents who live here or work here, but those who experience the Riverwalk, and really celebrate the Raintree as we show it in the distance. The building is intended to be well crafted. It's we like to create a building that's detailed to the highest quality and really provide a great inside-out relationship for those who live there, and also how you experience the building from the exterior. And similarly to what we heard earlier, there's the importance of creating this skyline and how it presents itself in a skyline. And we, even though it's reserved, it's specialty lighting, and how we play with the terminus of the building in the skyline is something that we're very excited about. So that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the presentation. All right, so with that, I will ask, are there any members of the public that wish to be heard on this item? Let's start with present in the chambers. Seeing nobody rise. Okay, there's nobody in chambers wishing to be heard. How about online? Do we have anybody online who wishes to be heard on this matter? I know nobody has previously signed up, but if you are online and wish to be heard, please go ahead and click that button on the bottom of your screen that says raise hand to let us know that you wish to be heard.
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Great. Unfortunately, since I'm here, I can't see it, so thanks.
Yep.
Okay, so with that, we'll bring it to the board. Any comments from members of the board present on the item?
I have some comments.
Sure, Mr. Marcus.
I have a few questions for the architect, if you might come back to the podium.
Certainly.
You had mentioned earlier about the rooftop. Is this the final rooftop? Because I saw where in an earlier scheme it had been more variated. I'm just curious.
Yeah, this is just one of the buildings. As you know, there's two.
Right.
And we do show a varying stepping. This is still in
other one.
development. Yes, the audience isn't able to see, but in one of the towers, there's a double step. This is the more reserved one that you see on the monitor right now.
So would the top 1 or 2 floors be for mechanical equipment?
Yeah, part of it is that, but we're also, our client's actually investing on creating that
As living space?
stepping to not just be a screen, but actually create a beacon in the skyline.
Sure.
Yeah.
It'll look beautiful at night. I can see that
Yes,
with the
yes.
lights. It really will.
That's the intent.
My other quick question is the 2 buildings are set parallel to one another, which is a much better site plan than you had previously. But how far apart are they at the base? I'm just curious because, and how high up do they go? Is that a pretty narrow, tall space?
Well, we've done daylight studies. It certainly it allows daylight during the day, so it's not always going to be in the darkness as you would expect for planting as well as safety. And right now, the widths between the towers have been optimized. It's the maximum that's really enabling us to get growth for planting on the podium of the public level of that amenity floor. And it also, as shown on this on the screen, increases the aspect of view from across the river. So even though the building at the base is a little wider from the podium, when you step in, the towers are really the most slender possible in the skyline from when looking across from the river.
So how far apart are the buildings at the base?
The overall dimension right now is about 70 feet.
Okay.
So it's between towers.
Well,
So
that's
that
pretty-
major aspect is quite significant.
And then it gets wider as the buildings get higher.
It has a stepping effect especially when you get to 12th floor upward.
Right.
Yeah.
And how many stories are the buildings?
Right now, they're 30 stories.
Okay,
30 stories, which is the permitted height.
great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Any other members of the board wishing to have comment? Okay, Mr. Rosa, Mrs. Zara, of course, will give you the opportunity to be heard as well. One moment. Thank you. I know your hand, though, I promise. Mr. Rosa, Mrs. Zara, anything?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, good.
Well, just one thing I have to say.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I try so hard not. I have to say that whenever I hear anyone that presents something and they're working with the staff, I'm not a slacker, but I trust the staff like Tricia Logan and the people. I believe that their agenda is so sincere for our city and for preservation that it does sort of put me on relax. When I hear that they're working with the staff, it gives me a lot of confidence in the project. And I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Mrs. Zara. Yeah, as this board has previously noted, Ms. Logan does an amazing job working with our applicants and members of the city for all aspects of those items brought before the board. And once again, I can speak on behalf of the board to express our thanks to Ms. Logan for all the assistance she gives us. Okay, so, Mr. Rosa, did you have something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a brief comment, brief question. I really think it's a great project. I think it'll be an amazing addition to the south side of the river. Obviously, in some ways, almost counterbalancing the previous project, right, where we have this big corner on the riverfront. And I hope in some ways this kind of all ties in, albeit a little differently, but the Hermitage district, where we're getting these amazing buildings that are going up. I hope in some ways it can spill over to the agenda items that we've seen earlier this year, while not on this scale, but I think in some ways deserving of this level of appeal and aesthetic. And I hope this sets a tone for that. Other than that, the question I have is, when would this be scheduled to commence? When would we be breaking ground on this project? And then what would the timeline be to completion?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for your comments. The project itself still has a couple steps to go through. It has to go to the Planning and Zoning Board. It goes to the City Commission, and after that, we would go. We actually also are going to the Marine Advisory Board later this week, because it is on the water and it has some in-water improvements. And after that, you have to develop your construction documents, and you've got to go through the building department. So we're probably a year away, all in, from actually pulling permits, would be my guess. Obviously, we'd like to do it faster, but we have to follow the proper procedures.
And presuming it were to start in a year or so, what is the timeline from breaking ground to? And is this moving in one phase? Are these going to be constructed together, or would it be phase 1, phase 2, building one tower then the next, or would it all go up at once?
2 phases? I'm getting 24 months. I'm getting, apologize. So 24-month construction cycle, and it would be built in 2 phases.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would just echo the comments made by the members of the board. I got to tell you, I like this design better than the previous one brought before us.
I like it too.
I think it's really going to be good. And even though, Ms. Toothaker, you and your client didn't need to appear before us, I certainly, welcome the information. So thank you for that.
We appreciate the opportunity.
I did note that we had a member of the public who wished to be heard on this item. So we're going to go ahead and reopen public comment. And sir, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and approach the microphone if you wish to be heard. And when you get up to the microphone, please do me a favor, state your name and give us your address.
over there.
Over at the podium, if you would. Thank you. And just state your name and place your address on the record.
Joe
and
Dragon.
then once you do that, you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name is Joe Dragon. I live at 512 Southwest 7th Street in Tarpon River.
Thank you.
I know this is not the purview of this, I heard you say, but I'm curious as to what's going to happen to the tree that has already been permitted to be moved. Since it's going to be called the Rain Tree Project, you would think that the tree should anyway, what's going to happen to the tree is my question.
All right, so I can tell you, sir, that matter is going to be addressed before the city commission. And as you
so
noted at the beginning of your comment, the rain tree and the movement thereof is not within the purview of this board, so that's
understood
not
that. I
something
thought
we're going to
while
address.
they were here-
I think that it's a valid question and one that should be raised at the city commission meeting, in which they'll be addressing that matter.
Because I understand the permits have already been issued.
Understood, sir.
Right, so then they should be able to answer what's going to happen.
Yeah,
to
and
it.
at the appropriate time, I'm sure they will. Just this is not that time. But for the fact that we have a lot to handle tonight, but I appreciate the question. Thank you, sir. All right, so thank you, Ms. Toothaker. That will close out that item. We'll next go to the third item on our agenda. Historic Landmark Designation, case number UDP HPD 21001. Historic Landmark Designation of New River Castle at 625 Southwest 5th Place. The applicant is the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. The agent would be Michaela Konka, who's the president of the Broward Trust. Let's go ahead and start with disclosures, starting on this end once again. Mr. Parker, any disclosures on this item?
Okay.
Excuse me, what do you want?
Disclosures.
Any disclosures on this item?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. I drove by the property, and I received calls from a few members of the public on this item as well. No members who are interested parties.
I've received a call and an email from, I forget who it was. The name escapes me. This was a couple weeks ago. Besides that, a bunch of emails and nothing else to disclose.
Yes, I got a bunch of emails. I spoke to Commissioner Ben Sorson. I drove and walked the property, and I spoke to Mr. Jay Scheckman about the proposal.
Yeah, I too spoke with Mr. Chairman.
Oh, and I also spoke with Jay Scheckman.
Okay. And I know that the board received multiple emails from Ms. Logan on this item that were forwarded to us, and correspondence forwarded to us. Mr. Rosa.
I spoke with Mr. Scheckman as well, and it was on those threads with the emails forwarded by Tricia.
Thank you. Ms. Zara?
I also spoke with Jay, and I, got the same emails.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will go ahead and hear the staff report on this item, please.
Good evening. This is consideration of a historic landmark designation of the New River Castle at 625 Southwest 5th Place. This property is located at the corner of Southwest 7th Avenue and Southwest 5th Place. Previously in this location, there was a bridge located that opened in the 1920s. It was one of 3 vestibule bridges that were installed along the New River to connect the north and south banks. That has since been removed and been replaced with the present-day bridge that connects 7th Avenue and 4th Avenue. This building, it's thought to be a bridge tender hut. It was referenced that way in a newspaper article, and it's located in a position that makes it clear of what the intention was when it was built. So the thought is that it was most likely constructed around the same time as the bridge, which was in 1927. And we can see in Sanborn maps from the 1930s and the 1960s, as well as aerial photos of the 1940s, showing the location of the bridge, showing the location of the structure. And on the Sanborn maps, it describes it as a 2-story concrete dwelling building. So the applicant has applied for historic designation under 2 different criteria. Criterion A, which is about the cultural significance of this property and related to its history. This is specifically important related to the early community planning and development, and is a physical reminder of the early transportation patterns within this community and within Fort Lauderdale as a whole. It's also found to be significant under criterion F, which is speaking to the architecture and the architectural value. So within criterion F, it does expand, my staff report does expand on the architecture of the property based on findings that were discovered by staff in the research leading to the development of the staff report. And there was an alteration that occurred in 1973 to the structure to add the present day coral rock that is seen on the building today and formulates it into the castle-like structure that you see in its present form. Since this is an alteration that occurred less than 50 years ago, it does need to also qualify under one of the criterion considerations, which is letter G for a property that's less than 50 years old. And it needs to demonstrate that it's of exceptional importance. Staff found that it does meet that criterion because the way that this came about and was discovered was there was newspaper articles that highlighted this building, calling it out for its exceptional craftsmanship, the way that the stone was laid and put in place in this property. It's also an indigenous material that's found only in South Florida and used in a very unique way. It's a departure from what you see within its surrounding area and done in a way that that staff does find as an exemplary piece of property to be considered for historic designation. So with that, kind of in conclusion, staff is finding that it is eligible and does meet criterion A and criterion F of the ULDR, and also meets criterion exception G as outlined in section 472411 C8 of the ULDR. As the Historic Preservation Board reviewing a historic landmark application, you are making a recommendation to the City Commission on whether or not this property should be considered for historic designation. And staff would ask that if it is recommended for approval, to allow staff to update the record with these new findings to include with the record along with the designation report that was submitted by the applicant.
Thank you. So let me just clarify to kind of frame the discussion and the consideration of the board. Our decision today is whether to make a recommendation either to designate or not to designate to the City Commission. They're the ones that have the ultimate say.
Correct.
Okay, we are just making a recommendation.
Correct.
Based on what's brought forth today.
Yes. And one other thing, because of these findings and because of the additional research that was undertaken by staff, staff also recommends a variation of the period of significance that the applicant has has stated in their designation report, due to the date of construction of the building up until the date when the property was altered into its current state. So that would be an adjustment to be 1927 to 1974 rather than what the applicant had requested, which is an earlier time frame.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Logan. So next, we're going to go ahead and hear from the applicant. I know that we have many members of the public, I believe, who are here to address this topic. I'm guessing you all aren't here just to hear us talk. It's probably my good guess there. So I just want to note, for purposes of everybody's edification, the applicant and any party, I understand there may be a request, any party would receive 15 minutes to address the board each for purposes of the application. Any chair or president of a civic association would receive 5 minutes, and any other member of the public will receive 3 minutes to address the board, and we are going to stick to those time frames. So I just want to make sure everybody knows how long they have so that we can try to keep things moving and not all be here till midnight, because nobody likes when these meetings go that long. So we'll try to move it along. But with that, is there a request at this time from anybody, or otherwise should we just go ahead and hear from the applicant?
I just want to talk in the mic, please. Can you just make that request?
Request from property owner to make an application to correct some statements made in the staff report.
And are you the property owner, sir?
I am the representative of the property owner,
And
not the applicant, though.
Could you go ahead and place your name on the record, please?
Gregory McAloon, attorney at Tripp Scott, with me as a senior director, Jenna Piotrowski.
Thank you. And Mr. McAloon, are you making the formal request at this time
Yes, please, I would like to request.
for your client to receive party status?
In order to be able to make a 15-minute presentation, yes, I would appreciate that.
Okay. And can you so based on that request, can you tell me how it is that your client would be affected in the interest? I mean, I think it's relatively, given based on his ownership status, but could you just generally give us a brief recitation as to why he would be affected?
Well, and I'd like to go through the facts in the staff report.
I don't want to get that far. I just want to say, because right now we're only addressing the essentially the motion, right, for him to receive party status here. So in order to receive party status, he has to show that he would be affected or have an affected interest, and that's different in kind from others in the community at large.
Certainly. So essentially, this property is uniquely situated in the fact that there's been multiple statements made on the record in multiple areas in which has created a possibility of obtaining a diminution in market value. My client paid 1.5 based on the appraisal that it was not designated historic. Immediately after, there's been an effort based on some previous considerations which are not before you today to now make it historic. We have not submitted any development applications. We have not made any proposals, and therefore it will end up in a reduction in fair market value from his original purchase price.
So a negative financial effect.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm going to find that is in fact qualifying, and your client would be granted party status in this matter. He'll be given 15 minutes to address the board, as will the applicant, the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. I think that the case law is in line with that, and we want to ensure that your client's rights, due process rights, are afforded moving forward, as would the applicant's be.
Thank you, sir. And
So with that, we're going to, I am, however, going to ask you to hold on 2 seconds. I'm going to ask to hear from the applicant first, as the proponent for the item, and then we'll go ahead and hear from you on behalf of your client, or your client, whoever wishes to address as the interested party. And then, of course, we would turn it over to the public for public comment and move on in that regard. So with that, is there a representative of the Broward Trust present? Thank you so much. Thank you. Go ahead and approach the microphone. Please place your name on the record if you could. Tell us your position as the applicant, and then you will have 15 minutes to address the board. And while we're preparing, I just want to note one thing, because it was brought to my attention before the meeting, and sir, I'm glad that you mentioned it as well, that there are some, we'll call them parallel issues with this item that are going on. And I want to be very clear that this board's purview is only for matters pertaining to the designation and the recommendation not to designate this property as historic. We will not be addressing any other matters regarding to any legal questions, legal challenges, matters that are for the court of law to deal with regarding any other portions of the property. The only matter for this board to consider today, and the only matter that I will permit to be considered today, is the designation matters. So I want the board to be clear on that issue. I want the public to be clear on that issue, and certainly the applicant and the party as well, because I want to make sure that our conversation is restricted to what we can make decisions on. I don't want to take up everybody's time on matters that we don't have the purview to address. It's just not our job. So we want to stick to what our job is. Okay? So with that, we'd love to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, HPB board members. My name is Michaela Conker, and I'm the president of Broward Trust for Historic Preservation.
Thanks. Can you do me a favor and just speak a little closer to that mic? Because I want to make sure everybody, including those people online, can hear you.
Can you hear me, everybody?
A little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a brief presentation that I'd like to share with the board as well as the audience this evening. It's only 12 minutes, and I do have some space for questions. I'm just going to go basically quickly through the application and point out some of what we felt were the strong points. So as Tricia Logan, and I also want to thank Tricia Logan and staff for their excellent work on the additional information. Was extraordinary and very helpful. So, and as we pointed out previously, we are focusing on two subject criterias. A, its value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city, state, or nation. So we chose within that subject criteria to focus on cultural as the main point of interest for this application, along with, we now realize that there's also a strong archaeological aspect to it. So one of the things that I want to point out is the physical location, the fact that it is on the south bank of the New River, and it is in the neighborhood of Tarpon River, which many of you I know live in. It is part of the original 1.5 square mile tract of early Fort Lauderdale, and was also known as the New River Settlement. The town of Fort Lauderdale survey, 1895, and the New River Castle location, and the block 36, which is the plat in which it sits, and the two lots, 11 and 12. The castle sits on those two lots, a portion of it on lot 11. So even though buildings may be of historical rather than architectural significance, these tangible elements embody their significance for association with specific events and persons. Moreover, it is these tangible elements, both on the exterior and the interior, that should be preserved. And that's a quote from Nelson Lee H., U.S. Department of the Interior. So the history of the ownership for this property stems all the way back to 1873 when Mary Brickell and William Brickell owned it. I'm just going to go quickly through the different owners. We had the next owner, 1910, Carlton Marshall. 1921. Some of these names you're going to recognize because they are pioneers and significantly important people to the history of Fort Lauderdale. We have W.B. Snyder, Fred A. Barrett, the husband of Juliet Bryan and the daughter of Philemon Bryan. 1921, George E. Miller. He was the owner of the Las Olas Hotel. C.R. Garrity, Charles Norman. All the way to 1979, a Hamilton Foreman, 2007, Sally Joyner, and now to 2021, the Cole Properties. So one of the things that I discovered in my research was Marjorie Stoneman Douglas was an important person to South Florida's history and ecological growth. And she, in her early career with the Sun Sentinel, wrote an amazing article about the New River. So I have included in this a brief paragraph that speaks to the importance of the New River itself. She says, I thought I knew Fort Lauderdale. I knew the way you come into it following the curve of Dixie Highway, which suddenly straightens out, to cross the bridge over the New River, where any number of smart yachts wink their shining brasswork as they are taking on oil or gasoline at the city dock. I knew the trim streets of new, clean-looking business blocks and fine proportions of the Broward Hotel. I knew that diners in the charming Metropolitan restaurant of the Broward Hotel were produced by one of the best chefs up and down the East Coast. And I knew that you could count on seeing dozens of Miami people enjoying them there any night and Sunday. I knew a few Fort Lauderdale people, and I knew them as intelligent and energetic and cultured. But the other day, I found that I had not even begun to know Fort Lauderdale. She goes on to speak in her essay of the river itself and how important the river was to the cultural aspect to the city of Fort Lauderdale. The early settlers of Fort Lauderdale had a huge impact and geographically with regards to Tarpon River neighborhood. So the second criteria we focused on was F. Its distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style is valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials. As we now know, it's the focus was the use of the coral rock, and it is a unique masonry castle style. Its design was focused or based on Romanesque and Gothic. So the time period, again, the time period with a significant contribution of 1920 construction and the 3 bascule-style bridges to early development and the growth of the city of Fort Lauderdale and its Fort Lauderdale's transportation system. So again, we're looking at 1927, the Coley Avenue Bridge was the 3rd bascule-style bridge built. And we now know that we believe that it may have been the bridge tender's hut. We're going to skip over that. So the new River Castle deserves historic landmark designation. We believe that. We firmly believe it, and that's why we're here today. If anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you. A lot of hard work went into this.
Thank you, Ms. Conca. All right. So I'm going to ask you just to have a seat for a moment.
Okay.
We're certainly going to, I'm sure, have some questions for you by members of the board. I can tell you that we will certainly address those in a minute, but I do want to hear at this time from the owner's representative. And sir, and I apologize, Ms. Conca, you didn't need it, but I didn't tell you. Just so that everybody's aware, there's a timer clock up at the back of the room there. So if you want to know how much time you have left, you can take a peek, and I'll show you. When I hit start, it starts ticking. And as you get close, it's going to go to yellow, and then red ultimately will mean stop, and I'll cut you off at that time. So if you want to, and I apologize, Ms. Conca, for not noting that ahead of time, but so everybody's aware that is back there. Okay, sir, I know you already put it on the record, but just do me a favor, place your name on the record again, your firm, and who are you representing, and then you, sir, will have 15 minutes on behalf of your client.
Certainly. Greg Macaloon, attorney at Tripp Scott. I'm with Jenna Piotrowski, a senior attorney. Real quick, can I hand you my backup for my supplement while my presentation goes with the time?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. If I could get the assistance pulling that up real quick.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, while he's doing that, Mr. Parker, I think, had an announcement regarding this application. I think he was going to abstain. Mr. Parker?
Mr. Parker?
Dave, you want to make an announcement?
Thank you.
You're going to abstain. She just introduced you to abstain.
Because I am a member of the Broward Trust.
I'm sorry, can you, I'm sorry, Dave, I didn't hear you. Can you speak into the microphone a little bit more for me? I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Repeat that.
Speak into the mic.
Repeat, okay. I will be abstaining because I'm a member of the Broward Trust.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parker, appreciate it.
Can't-
Leave, and Ms. Wallen, I guess I'll just confirm that that's a qualifying reason for abstention.
Under 286, yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Parker, thank you so much for that disclosure. Okay, so with that,
And also, the client is on Zoom if he could be allowed in, so he could show his face as well.
oh yeah, let's certainly bring the owner in.
And then let me know when is good for you, sir.
Sure, as soon as, I'll wait till your client's in because I want to make sure that
Thank you.
he's there. Okay, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Everyone, my name is Greg Macaloon. I'm an attorney at Tripp Scott. I just want to let you know that I am a big fan of history. I know it thoroughly, and I'm willing to have a thoughtful conversation about anything. But one thing that's important is getting the facts right, because once history is put out there, people take it for future generations, and then once it's changed, we lose it over time. That's what my purpose is today, is to clear a lot of misstatements that have been made throughout. The first is that the coral was constructed in 1974. As you see here, I reached out to Miles Austin Foreman and obtained this affidavit to state the coral construction was at that time. I was assured that it's not historic, so therefore, because it's less than 50 years, those criteria with an A and F don't apply. The only criteria which may apply is the exceptional within G, and I would like to make known that I did provide that information to Tricia, which can be produced. I'd also like to make known we have a court reporter here just to make sure all statements are accurate in accordance with the law, because property rights are a serious thing protected by the U.S. Constitution, and at least have the facts be correct before we start engaging in this discussion. The first misstatement I'd like to clarify, that this was part of the Lewis Landing property. It was not. Lewis Landing is in Section 10, Township 50, Range 42. This property is in Section 11, Township 50, Range 42. This was purchased by the Florida Bank and Mortgage Company in 1883 and was subsequently purchased by Mary Brickell in 1890. This is proven through the Southside School staff report where it confirms this information that's at play. However, the neighborhoods of Rio Vista and Coley Hammock are in Section 11, so those arguments would apply to those neighborhoods and therefore lend itself to a historic designation of all of those neighborhoods. It does not include this property as part of the Lewis Landing portions of it. Here's the original town of Fort Lauderdale map. We're over here on block 36. This was 1896 by Mary Brickell. This is the first 1.5 mile plat where she negotiated the railways to be able to come through her corner with Flagler. She originally wanted this to be a state for herself, but ended up, no offense, get railroaded because he ended up running through it, and then they create the development we sit before you today. Here, we could see that Marshall did own the property at the time in 1904. He was the largest landowner at that time. He almost owned all that property within that area. The arguments that put forth don't apply to my client's specific property, but just talks generally about the history of this 1.5 square mile area that could apply to the neighborhoods of Coley Hammock, Tarpon River, Sailboat Bend with it, only portions of Tarpon River though, and only ones contained in Section 10, and so forth with it. After, we see William Marshall subdivision. The staff report says it cannot be located. Here it is. You just type it into the Dade Record County because it's a Dade Record plat. 1910, we see lots 11 and 12, which comprise my client's property. William Marshall, Fort Lauderdale will be an important city. Invest here, double your money. That's what Fort Lauderdale was. It was a land boom. It was a turning over. It was a bunch of grifters. That was the point during 1910s and what this place was. There was about 35, 40 people. Of course property would have changed through their hands. Every single property within this area would have changed through their hands. You look here, here's the exact property listed for sale by W.H. Marshall, yet we couldn't find the plat. This is the type of history that we need to make sure to preserve, certify, and have within our records to make sure it doesn't get changed throughout time. Again, William Marshall, largest landowner. And then we have here, this is a fire insurance map, the Sanborn one, just like the one referenced by staff. Staff references a 1938 one, here's a 1908 one. It doesn't include this portion of the property, and I have one from 1924, which also doesn't show this property on it as well, meaning the property was constructed in 1925 as a private residence and not a bridge tender's house. Here, it was owned by W.B. Snyder and F.A. Barrett. They are correct. Fred Barrett was the brother of Tom Bryant. Snyder was one of the largest real estate salesmen in the area. He sold over 300 properties in this year that he platted it, and there's advertisements showing that effect. Again, of course, property in this area would have passed through it. It would have passed through it in Rio Vista, Coley Hammock, and the Las Olas Isles. Again, here's the exact sale for this property.
One moment, sir. One moment. I'm going to stop your time as well. Could you just, I just want to remind everybody, please silence your cell phones. We all make that mistake in events like this, but I just want to make sure that nobody gets interrupted further. So if you have the opportunity, please make sure your cell phones are silenced or turned off. Thank you.
Here's the exact property for sale in 1921. W.B. Snyder and F.A. Barrett for sale with it. Here's the 1924 map. I know this is hard to see, but our property is not located within this area. They do show a portion of Cole Ave on the east side, but it doesn't include our portion of the block. And again, this is in your packet, so if you want to look closer at your materials, I'd recommend looking in that package I just gave you. Here's a closer look of it as well. So it ends up showing a portion of the half of Smith with it, as you see in that middle portion of it, but it doesn't show our half block, meaning that this property most likely wasn't in existence as of 1924, meaning it was in existence as of 1925. Here we have a sale for the exact property, lots 11 and 12 of block 36, with a garage apartment. The original structure was a garage apartment, not a bridge tender's house. It was a garage apartment constructed by F.A. Barrett on property bought by William Marshall, which was subsequently sold to George Smith in 1926. It was not a bridge tender's house because George Miller lived at the property. They had events there. We see the 1926 article. There's other articles from 28, 29 with the Millers hosting an event in that area. Here's the ownership. It's the Millers as of 1926, 1927, 1928, 29, 30, 31. Miller went into foreclosure, bank went under, Great Recession hit. He lost the property to the bank, went through liquidators, ended up with Jerry in 93. Here's just an article showing the 7th Street Bridge is the least used that no one used according to a yachtsman with it because there's plenty of area to be able to pass through. It was not a significant bridge. It was built around 1926, barely had a 25-year useful life, ended up breaking down in 1950. They constructed the Marshall Bridge in 1961. That bridge is over 50 years old. That bridge has lasted for over 50 years. That bridge can be designated historic. I don't know how we could designate a non-bridge that didn't even have a useful life that was not even part of really daily commute because this was on the outskirts of the town with it. Here's the sale to Garrity, which I was talking about before with it. And then the record goes blank. Here's the sale by Miller. Don't worry, Miller went fine after the foreclosure. He ended up getting his hotel purchased and ended up creating quite a nice home in the Isles, which probably could be designated historic today if someone found it. Here's where the record gets a bit weird with it. So things get lost around 37 to 60. Staff just assumes Garrity happened. And again, I have the utmost respect for staff. I think Tricia does a wonderful job, which is why I wanted to communicate and which is why I did tell her that the coral was constructed in 1974. But what ended up occurring is that our conversations weren't heard, and therefore I had to make the presentation in this format before you today. So here we have 1937, the apartment's listed for rent as a garage apartment at 625 Southwest 5th Place. Again, as of 1937, not a bridge tender's house for a bridge that was barely used, that was always breaking down. Now, we start getting to the 30s. This is the period that they want to bifurcate between the two because the coral structure is in over 50 years. Now, what happened during the 30s? In 1933, Walter Clark got elected, and then that set the stage for south of the river and what occurred there. I'm not going to go into Walter Clark because his name doesn't need mentioning anymore, but if you don't know who he is, I highly, highly suggest you look him up. Here ends up, it's hard to find. We're assuming it's Garrity. We don't know. There's no documents. This is just speculation at that point with it. But here's the Miller's home, the one he did fine with after the sale. Now is interesting. Local gambling was a big deal during the 30s and 40s. Mr. Clark let an open town law happen where anyone could go. He ran Broward Novelty and Broward Music Company and had $700,000 worth of profits in 1950 for enabling this Bolita gambling ring whereby they would get horse-based racing bets ahead of time with it. Now, again, if you want to say, oh, that's what makes it historic, again, none of this deserves credit because it was under the tenure of Walter Clark, who deserves no credit in the city whatsoever. Again, we go forward with it. We talk about W.B. Snyder. People sued him for mishandling it, especially with this property. Now we get to John Elliott. He resided at 625 Southwest 5th Place, confirmed in 49, 53, 62, most likely in 45 when this happened. He got arrested on small-time bookie charge, paid his bond, forfeit his bond, never showed up. This again happened in 48. Again, remember the gambling operations going, which were allowed under the tutelage of the environment which they were operating under during all of that time. 1950, Walter Clark ends up getting arrested through the Warren Commission through the investigation of all the nefarious activity occurring in Broward. 1952, John Elliott gets arrested at 625 Southwest 5th Place with pictures in hand of him making illegal bets over the horse racing telephone line in combination with Pat Collier. I could connect Pat Collier and Walter Clark through various loans to the Broward Amusement Company, showing that connection between each other here. Again, this is all in the newspaper, this is all in the records, and this is all in public information for every single person to find. So here's the article I'm talking about, where there's a loan out. Here's Walter Clark getting arrested. Here's 4 bookies accused of Hall, jail for John Elliott with it. Bookie phones in quickly. Newspapers called John Elliott. He was still taking bookie calls. Again, there's mountains of evidence out here. Why is this not produced in for consideration, because if you're designating the years of 27 to 60 or whatever we did after we changed it because we found out the coral was from 74, then how are you going to go about making this type of thing legitimized when we just did the Reuben Stacy ceremony how many months ago? I don't understand, because history is important and I care about history and I care about true information and facts and not just being louder than the person next to you. I'm more than happy to have an intelligent debate because that's what the academic community does. There's peer reviews, people question each other and people get challenged, and that's okay. But first you have to have the conversation, and my client wasn't afforded that opportunity, which is why I have to make this presentation here before you today. My final point here is John Elliott getting arrested at 625 Southwest 5th Place in 1957, which ends up showing him being there, which is under the tutelage of Walter Clark associated with it, which would then be recognizing a person who's, again, if you don't know Walter Clark, then we shouldn't be talking about Fort Lauderdale history. That is my presentation. I am available for any questions, and I'd like to reserve my remaining 4 minutes for any rebuttal that may arise.
Thank you, sir. I don't think we're gonna have to worry about rebuttal, but you certainly will have the ability to answer any questions that are brought up by the board. I'm gonna go ahead and take a breath now. Whew, that was a lot of information really quick, man. That just, whew, that was a lot. But I think I got the majority of your presentation, and I certainly appreciate it, because there's a lot there which I was unaware of, so I appreciate you bringing it forward. All right, so with that, I think at this time we'll go to public comment, and then we can bring it back to the board for questions, so that we hear from everybody before we do. So before we go forward with the public comment, let me just ask if there's anybody who came in late who intends to address the board on this item, who was not sworn in, please raise your hand so that we can identify you. Okay, I see a couple. If you all could please stand, and I'm going to have you sworn in by the city attorney prior to your addressing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I'm just going to ask Trish if you can assist me looking online to see if we have anybody online who is wishing to address the board on this topic. Again, as previously.
As a property owner, can I speak?
I could yield my remaining 4 minutes to my client, and that would be fine.
Well, you can keep 3 minutes of it. I just wanted to say one thing.
Okay, hang on 2 seconds, Mr. Cole. I'm happy to give you that opportunity. Let me just see if there's anybody online that needs to be sworn in. Were you sworn in earlier, sir, Mr. Cole?
I was not.
Great. Then we're going to have you sworn in along with any other members of the public who wish to be heard. Any of the members of the public who wish to be heard that are online, please go ahead and click that button on the bottom showing raise your hand. I see at least one person moved over. I'll give just a quick second to see if there's anybody else. Okay, Mr. Murray, if you can please go ahead up, and looks like Mr. Lewin. If you both could please turn your video on so that we can see you. And then if there's nobody else, I'm going to ask the two of you and Mr. Cole to raise your right hand to be sworn by the city attorney. Mr. Lewin and Murray, go ahead and please turn your video on. Can we maybe send them, please turn your video on, a little notice there?
Yeah, mine's still showing a newspaper article.
There we go. Okay. Probably because you're, there we go. That'll take care of that. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you going on video. Miss Wallen, I'll go ahead and let you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do. I do.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Cole, I'm going to go ahead and leave 3 minutes up per your request, and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is I bought this property 5 months ago. I thought the property was cool. I thought the castle was cool. I thought it'd be a great place for me and my family to use part-time and split time between South Florida and North Florida. And I like seeing people, walk down by the river with their dogs on the abandoned street beside me. Basically there was some stuff going on next door that I didn't want my kids to see. So I put a fence up, and Mr. Scheckman let me know that if I was going to put that fence up, he was going to make it very difficult on me coming through the planning and zoning. So here we are.
Well, we're in front of Historic Preservation Board, and the only thing I can tell you is that there has been a motion or an application to designate the property as historic. I can't speak to any other matters that are outside of that. And of course, as I addressed to everybody in the room, and I'm assuming that you were able to hear that earlier, but in case you weren't, I am aware of some of those kind of parallel issues But the consideration.
All I'm saying is the property's being ramrodded forward for trying to get historical destination because of that.
Excuse me, sir. Just real quick. The consideration of this board is only as the application for designation. Any other matters between you, Mr. Scheckman, the city of Fort Lauderdale, they're not for our purview, and we're not going to be addressing them here tonight.
I think my attorney did a great job of stating the reasons why the castle is not historic. I don't have any plans to tear it down right away, but I don't like being pushed around with stuff. So I wanted to make that known that, that's basically why we're at where we're at.
Well, I can assure you that I'm not pushing you around at all, sir. I appreciate you being here. And if I was cutting you off at any point in time, it's only to clarify a few things.
Yeah, no. I know. I get that. The parallel issues have caused this issue is what I'm saying.
I understand your position. Thank you so much for addressing us.
Thank you.
We certainly respect your comments. Thank you. Okay, so, and I appreciate you also for staying within your time limits. Okay, so with that, we are going to move on to the public comment. Everybody having previously been sworn in, we're going to address the people online first, so we could go ahead and take, because there are two of them there. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to ask the public, after we address the people online, if you wish to be heard. I don't know, what's the current COVID protocol? Do we want people lining up? Do we just want to, how do you want to run this?
We don't have a protocol for lining up.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask. Here's what we're going to do. When it comes time for public comment, I'm going to ask people to raise their hands. I'm going to select 5 people and ask you to stand up. The first 5 over there. Then we'll do another 5, and I promise we'll get through everybody. I'm letting you all know now. I'm going to start on this side of the room, and then I'll go to this side of the room. And we'll kind of go back and forth so that nobody feels that they picked the short end of the stick. And then we're going to try to just ask you to distance when you are lined up on the side of the room before approaching the microphone, just so that we can best ensure everybody's safety. It's really important. So with that, let's go ahead and and hear from Mr. Lewin first. Mr. Lewin, you have 3 minutes to address the board. I'd ask you to go ahead and turn your video on, and then you can go ahead and address us.
Thank you. I'll keep this quick. My name is Michael Lewin. I live and work in Fort Lauderdale, and I recently purchased a home in Tarpon River that I'll be moving into with my fiance. She was born in that neighborhood. She's a 3rd generation Fort Lauderdale, Broward County native. Her entire family is familiar with the castle. It is a unique structure. I think it encapsulates old Florida in a way that not a lot of structures do. We don't have a lot of buildings like this left down here in South Florida, and as someone who typically supports development and growth, I think we should consider opportunities to preserve structures like this. I appreciate the effort put in from both sides. They obviously come to some different conclusions. However, based on the staff report, which I did read through, I do think it deserves consideration to at least be conserved or considered to be conserved as historical. And I do respect the trust in their work. So I just wanted to express my support in the application that it be considered and the facts can come out and where they do and the appropriate commission can make a decision. So that's all I wanted to say. I support it and I appreciate my time here today. Thank you.
Mr. Lewin, thank you so much for your comments. All right, we'll move on to Mr. Murray. If you can go ahead and turn your video on, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you for the opportunity to share. My original comments were to address peripheral issues, so I'm going to leave those out in respect to the board tonight. Thank you for keeping me updated on those things. Just wanted to say that my family has been in that neighborhood since the late 1920s, and we have a pretty good grasp on the historical significance. We actually have a park named after my grandmother, Anne Murray, right next to this property. So when it comes to historical significance, I think we know what we're talking about in that sense. And I think that everyone in my family would also agree that the Great Depression began in 1929, the Great Recession in 2007. And I think any even the most novice historian would agree with me on that one. I would just like also to say that I hope that if anyone ever tries to buy Birch State Park and develop it, that they don't hire this attorney. And also would like to say that if my grandmother were here today, she would probably chain herself to that fence. And I'm sure that that's something that our family will be discussing moving forward. Thank you for the time. I yield.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Murray. I would note I would note, excuse me, I would note to the members of the public that comments directed to any applicant or party, especially of the negative nature, would not be accepted at these hearings. All comment and discussion will be respectful before this board. All right, so are there any other members of the public online that wish to, I see a hand up in the attendees side. I don't know if that's a moved back over hand up or if that's somebody new. Can we maybe look into that?
It's a new one.
Okay. Let's see who that is. Oh, wait, the hand was lowered. Maybe we're good. All right. Well, or are they coming over? Is that Rebecca Murray Brooks? Looks like was the person who had their hand up. Ms. Murray Brooks, I see your hand is up. Okay. Have you been sworn? If you could go ahead and unmute yourself and turn your video on, please, to let us know if you've been sworn previously.
No, I have not.
Okay. Can you please raise your hand to be sworn by the city attorney?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much, Ms. Murray Brooks. If you could please state your name and place your address on the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Brooks, and my current address is in Merritt Island, 1790 Via Capri in Merritt Island. However, I grew up in that neighborhood, spent most of my life there, all of my childhood there. My mother is Anne Murray, and I'm definitely invested in that neighborhood. My family is invested in that neighborhood. My grandparents and my parents both have been there at least from the 1940s, I think. I just wanted to say that as far as the castle and the historic designation, that was been part of my entire childhood all the time. All of us in the neighborhood, and there was a large group of us that grew up there, always talked about the castle, knew about the castle. There was, whether or not it was a bridge tender's house, that was always the local lore. The Jungle Queen goes by there. I'm not sure if they mention the castle or not, but it's always just been a part of our childhood and our growing up in that neighborhood. It's also been blogged about. People come by and take photos. So it is sort of just has that, it's called New River Castle too. So it's part of Fort Lauderdale. It's part of the history of Fort Lauderdale. And I would like to see it preserved.
Thank you so much for your appreciate them. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and go to the public comment present. If you wish to be heard, please go ahead and on this side of the room, raise your hand. And I'm going to pick 5 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anybody else on this side? 5. Go ahead. If the 5 of you could please go ahead and stand on that side of the room. Make sure to distance yourselves while you wait in line. You'll be the first 5 to be heard. Next, we're going to go to this side of the room. So get ready. It's going to get exciting when we select the 5 of you. Don't look forward to it too much, but we'll get there. Okay, I promise. All right. If you could please go ahead and state your name and place your address on the record, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Jay Schechtman. I am the president of the Tarpon River Civic Association. I would ask to reserve 5 minutes.
Ms. Schechtman, you, as president of the association, do get 5 minutes. And I will go ahead and start that time now.
Great, thank you so much. First, I'd like to just start by thanking the applicant for making an amazing case for how historic this castle actually is. So thank you for that. That was incredible, and I hope that all of that additional information can be included as part of the record, because really, I think it's just obvious that it shows how much history there is here. As president of the Tarpon River Civic Association, I'm asking for your support to formally designate the New River Castle as historic. The Tarpon River Civic Association Board of Directors voted unanimously to support the historic designation because we wholeheartedly agree with the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. The castle and its underlying land meet the subject criteria for historic preservation. Before you, you all saw in staff's package, as well as in the Broward Trust's presentation, how the castle was there next to the swing bridge. If you look at the 1949 aerial image, which was, according to the applicant, 15 years after the original structure was built, neighborhoods like Riverside Park and Croissant Park didn't even exist yet. This castle was greeting people along the New River in 7th Avenue going back to the 20s, almost 100 years ago. The property is one of the most historically significant in our neighborhood. The land, as the applicant pointed out, was owned by Mary Brickell and was included in her 1895 plat of the town of Fort Lauderdale. Just by way of comparison, the city of Fort Lauderdale wasn't even established until 1911. Much of today's Sailboat Bend Historic District does not even date that far back. The property was later sold to F.A. Barrett, husband of Juliet Bryan, daughter of Philemon Bryan, one of the early pioneers of Fort Lauderdale. It's rumored that the structure was built during the 20s, as the applicant pointed out, right prior to the 1926 Great Miami Hurricane. Due to an embargo on construction materials, the castle was likely constructed using local materials, and then, as they pointed out later on, the local coral facade that is plastered on it today. It's believed, what true or not, that the bridge tender stayed in the castle for some time during the prior existence of the 7th Avenue Bridge until it was dismantled. Just the mere fact that the neighborhood remembers that or thinks of it in terms of a bridge tender living there is a reminder to the neighborhood of the cultural history that there was a bridge along 7th Avenue, something that people otherwise would not know today. The castle is a valuable and significant reminder of the former bridge, the 1926 Miami Hurricane, in an era when South Florida development was heavily dependent on the Flagler Railroad. Its Romanesque Gothic style of architecture easily distinguishes the property. Its imaginative features instantly conjure up images of 6th to 12th century Europe. How magical it is to have such a special structure in downtown Fort Lauderdale, at least until the owner is ready to knock it down, according to what he just said. Though small at only 882 square feet, this castle is revered by all, and it means a great deal to the entire neighborhood. The property has been identified as eligible for listing on the National Registry of Historic Places. It's imperative that the castle, along with the underlying land, which again is more historic and incorporated in the 1895 plat, be designated so that we can protect the integrity of the property moving forward. The designation is long overdue, and we sincerely hope to have your support to move forward this mysterious, imaginative, and historically significant piece of our neighborhood. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me, and we really appreciate your consideration tonight in protecting this valuable resource for our neighborhood, for the city, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll hear, thank you. And I certainly appreciate the support. I'm going to ask you to please hold off on applause. We all like to get to show our support for the comments, but we do want to keep things moving along so we can ensure time for everyone to be heard. It's no disrespect, not ask you to silence yourself, but I want to make sure we can keep things moving, please. All right, so the next member of the public, please go ahead and approach the microphone. You will have 3 minutes to address the board, unless you're president of an association. So please state your name and place your address on the record if you would be so kind, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Lee McCall. I live in 1640 Riverland Road right now, but from 1986 or so, or 4, through about 1992, I live at 626 Southwest 7th Avenue, right down the block from the castle. I was very close friends with Chalmers Murray III, whose sister Becky spoke today, and David Murray as well. So I'm very familiar with the castle. It was a very important part of the character of this neighborhood. What I find interesting in our discussions this evening, that we've had a great deal of discussion about building skyscrapers into the sky. What I really would like to see is that this piece of property be retained to show us what Fort Lauderdale was and not be obliterated by another concrete monstrosity. That's all I have to say. I yield the balance of my time. Thank you ever so much, and I look forward to the Historic Preservation Society and the board doing the right thing and maintaining this piece of property. But I did have one question to the owner of the property. How much do you value this property at today?
I appreciate, sir, your comments. Thank you so much. The questions would only be directed from the board, but we certainly do respect your comment, and thank you for joining us here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll call up the next member of the public who wishes to be heard.
Yes, thank you. My name's Teresa Rogers. I was born and raised in Fort Lauderdale. I've lived in Crescent Park for 20 years.
What's your current address?
Is 1000 Southwest 12th Street,
Thank you so much.
the Rio Nuevo condominium. I didn't really know that this castle existed until my husband took me on a trip down the New River and pointed it out to me and told me the history of it and loved it. And I thought, well, this will never go away. And when I found out that maybe it might, I felt myself I had to come and talk to you and beg you, please, please consider it to be historic. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's brevity. Thank you. All right, we'll hear from the next member of the public. Please state your name, give us your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rusi Jason Curo. I live at 2141 Southwest 23rd Avenue, and I've been here about 28 years. I also never knew about this castle till just recently, and I went there today. And I feel very strongly that these things are important, not only historically, but for the community and for everybody. On the Jungle Queen, they show all these different places where somebody lived, and this house was that. And this castle is unique. Why would you tear it down? And why is everything old considered ready for demolition? This is a very unique castle. It's a very attractive thing, I think, for the city. And I think it should stay where it is and be designated as historic because it's historic to all the people in that neighborhood. It's historic to Fort Lauderdale. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it. We will have one more member of the public from that side of the room. I saw some of you sneak up in line, but I'm going to stay true to my word. So this is 5 on this side, then we're going to go over there. You ladies, unfortunately, are going to have to wait till the next side. But go ahead, ma'am. Please state your name and spell your last name, and then, state your name. We'll take your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Carolyn Larkey, 511 Southwest 11th Court in Tarpon River.
Thank you.
It's really interesting to hear there are even more knaves and criminals and rum runners and all this other affiliated people with our landmark. We have few landmarks, and if it has to be for a knave or a gambler or a bootlegger, it seems acceptable. I don't know that that is a negative thing in South Florida. I have known that place my entire life. I've been here my entire life, except for 20 years off traveling the world. I haven't seen anything going on in Fort Lauderdale that speaks to preservation of late. A few things, I see the old Coke plant still exists. I see a few things that are still there in downtown, but pretty much we just trash everything. And I understand that because we have termites that eat everything. The thing is built out of stone. It's not going to get eaten. It's going to be there for a long time. I think that may be the only reason I know it is because it has remained when other structures have fallen. We don't seem to have any compunction about erasing our history in South Florida. No one here can say where the fort was that's Fort Lauderdale. We have no idea. It's long gone.
Sir.
Well, yeah, there's speculation, but so far it hasn't been architecturally or archaeologically identified. The Lewis Landing is up the street. That's pretty old. I mean, it was an encomienda from the King of Spain, for God's sakes. I don't know that they knew the boundary lines at that time, and I don't know that anybody surveyed it, but it was always told to me that it was part of Lewis's Landing, the original farm that was there on the river. No way to know. It simply seems that since every person I know in Croissant Park, Tarpon River, everybody knows this building. It has become historic by its very existence, and it deserves, for whatever knaves or criminals might have been there, is irrelevant. I think it deserves preservation in some way. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. All right, so with that, we're going to go to this side of the room. If you wish to be heard, please raise your hand, and I'll select 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to go right down the aisle this time. Please go ahead and step over to the right, line up. And then one by one, please make sure to distance while you're over there. Again, we want to ensure everybody's safety here in the chambers for this meeting. And
Yeah, I went down the wrong way.
gotcha. Just want to make sure. Last thing I need. Okay, good. I'm glad you're all right. All right, sir, if you could please approach and go ahead and state your name and give us your address on the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Christopher Brennan. My address is 530 Southwest 7th Avenue in Tarpon River. I happen to be the neighbor to said castle. I'd also like to point out that we wouldn't be here at all if there had been any tact whatsoever shown when Daniel Cole moved in there. He basically trashed the aesthetic of the neighborhood by tearing down Anne Murray Greenway.
Here, here.
One minute. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Hang on 2 seconds. First of all, I'm certainly going to ask everybody online to remain muted. There will be no interruption of the public comments. We ask everybody to be given the same amount of respect as everybody else has received in commenting before this board. Secondly, I'm going to also remind all members of the public as well as members of the board for future comment that the purview of the matter before the board is the recommendation as to whether or not to designate this property as historic. Any parallel matters are not for this board's consideration. I would ask you to keep your comments within the four corners of the application before us. Thank you very much. Sir, your time will go back.
Fair enough. But it is something that's been there forever. It's been there longer than I've been here, and I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Lauderdale, and there's something to be said for that. And there's something to be said for an oral history of Fort Lauderdale, although very quick presentations and very detailed, I might add. That was good stuff. But, you know, there's something to be said for spinning a yarn and telling the story of Fort Lauderdale, taking your time with it, and having a focal point like that castle just as a reminder of our history, I think is absolutely essential in a city like Fort Lauderdale. It's growing incredibly quickly. So that's about it. I would urge you guys on the board, please tell the city commission to consider this for a historic designation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments this evening, and thank you for joining us. We'll hear from the next member of the public. Please state your name and give us your address if you would, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name's Lisa Horn. I live at 611 Southwest 11th Court.
Get a little bit closer to that mic for me if you could, Ms. Corn.
Is that better?
Much. Thank you.
Okay. Like I said, I live at 611 Southwest 11th Court. I have lived in the Tarpon River neighborhood for 35 years, but my family dates back to the 1931 in that neighborhood. Both my grandmother and my mother were active members of the neighborhood. My grandmother raised 6 children in that neighborhood. My mother jumped off that 7th Avenue bridge and swam in New River. My grandmother fished in New River, all by the tiny coral castle. I wish we could still do that today, but you wouldn't dare go in New River. My mom fought hard to preserve this neighborhood and what Old Fort Lauderdale meant. She was a longtime member of the Tarpon River Civic Association. She was president for many years, and she even sat on the Fort Lauderdale Zoning Board to protect the neighborhood. I grew up hearing stories about my mom swimming and my grandmother fishing. The one landmark that they always referred to was the little coral castle, because that's what everybody knew in the neighborhood. I didn't grow up here in Fort Lauderdale, but my cousins who did are so sad to hear that the possibility of this castle being torn down, it's unthinkable. And as downtown Fort Lauderdale spreads and there's more and more development, the history of Fort Lauderdale is being lost. Places like Stranahan House are being swallowed up by huge buildings and would be gone if not for their historic designation. The Little Coral Castle on New River is one of those treasured landmarks that should be made historical site and preserved for future generations. I hope that someday my daughter will be able to not only tell her kids stories about the castle, but also be able to show them the little castle. Please give the historical designation to this landmark in Fort Lauderdale. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments this evening. All right, we'll hear from the next member of the public. Go ahead and approach the microphone. If you could, please state your name and give us your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Can you hear me?
We certainly
Okay.
can, but get in there a little bit more so we can hear you better.
My name is Abby Canner, and I live at 809 Southwest 8th Terrace in Tarpon River. I moved here about 11 years ago, and one of the very first things my neighbors told me, they said, "Have you seen the little castle yet?" And of course I hadn't, because I didn't live in the neighborhood. So I biked by there and I thought it was awesome.
Speak up a little bit for
I'm
me. You're
sorry.
fading out.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I biked there often and I thought it was adorable and that it was just the cutest thing I ever saw. And I was amazed to see it there because it's so unlike anything else in any neighborhood around here. On my block alone, I'm seeing amazing, beautiful, brand new, huge concrete mansions going up, all very nice. They don't really fit into the neighborhood, but that's life. People sell their property, and whoever buys it gets to do whatever they want with it. And I cringed when the new owner said, we thought it was so cool, and we want to, use it when we come down here. And basically said, like, we're not selling it tomorrow, but we definitely are going to be selling this at some point in the future. My grandparents have a home, had a home when they were living in a small town in New Mexico, and they designated that house as a historical landmark because it had been there that long. People have lived in there as a historical landmark for many, many, many years. There is really very little restriction when you live in a historical landmark, except that you do not destroy it or completely change it in any way. So if this gentleman thinks that the castle is so cool, how about we just leave the castle as it is and let it be designated as a historical landmark, and he can say, I live in a historical landmark. I think that this castle is important to the neighborhood and to Fort Lauderdale, and I hope that the decision will be made to designate it historical.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. All right, we'll hear from the next member of the public. Go ahead and approach. Please give us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kimberly Oliver, and I'm here with my husband, Jose DeChaldens. And
Still your Jose, ma'am, I'm sure.
Yes, he is. We live at 518 Southwest 6th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you.
And we're very concerned about the castle. So the castle is very important to us, and I know it's very important to the neighbors in the area. We consider the castle a touchstone for our community, a genuine piece of history right here in the heart of Fort Lauderdale neighborhood. To our family, it's the marker of the past that enriches this community and has become part of its very fabric. People walk by it daily to see it. They bring their families and friends to take a look. We talk how it looks mysterious, what went on there. It looks like something out of a story, a fairy tale. We talk about the important history and role the castle played in commerce in everyone's daily lives. That is Fort Lauderdale history, and we should be doing everything we can to preserve it. The castle is about 5 houses away from us. Its uniqueness was one of the reasons why my husband and I chose to buy a house here in Fort Lauderdale to put down roots. We are concerned about its fate, and we urge you and recommend the castle to be designated historical community preservation landmark. We thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments, ma'am. We appreciate your attendance here tonight. We'll hear from the next member of the public. Please state your name and give us your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name is Gloria Reese, and I live at 627 Southwest 11th Court in Fort Lauderdale. I have lived in South Florida since 1976, in Fort Lauderdale since 1988, in the Tarpon River neighborhood since 1994. I've been a member of the Tarpon River Civic Association since 1999, serving its members in several capacities, including two terms as president. I was also a member of the board of directors for the Riverwalk Trust from 2004 through 2011. I love living in Fort Lauderdale, and I have tried to do what I can to maintain a good quality of life in downtown Fort Lauderdale and the Tarpon River neighborhood. You can't live in Tarpon River or be a boater on the New River without being somewhat fascinated by the little castle. Looking like it does, being at the very least old and interesting, and so obviously threatened by the dramatic changes going around it all the time, I'm not surprised that the trust is seeking this designation. I have read the application for historic landmark designation, and it seems to me that the designation is appropriate and possibly overdue. I now know that this quirky little castle, located on historic ground on the banks of the New River and tied to Fort Lauderdale's oldest and most influential families, is not just a mysterious relic, but part of Fort Lauderdale's history, story, and culture. We need to keep it safe. Today is my husband's birthday. He died 2 years ago, but if that hadn't happened, he would be here tonight. He grew up near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where he learned to love old things of all kinds: barns, houses, cars, trains, boats, things like that. It hurt him to see them destroyed. He always liked this little castle, partly because it was such an enigma and partly because it was so obviously significant, although we didn't know why. It was unusual but not out of place. We both hoped that it would remain as it is and where it is, to continue to engage the interest of anyone fortunate enough to see it. In a place like Philadelphia, old things are common, but here in our community, it's different. If we're not careful, nothing will remain to remind us of our past. This odd little castle is from the past, and I think we need to protect it. I hope this board agrees that the castle meets the criteria for designation described in the trust application and grants a historic landmark designation for the new castle. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, ma'am. We appreciate them. All right, so that's going to bring us to this side of the room. If you've not already addressed the board, please raise your hand. I'm going to select 5. 1, 2. Ma'am, do you want to address? 3. Anybody else on this side? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there a 5th on this side? Otherwise, I'm going to shoot over to that side. All right, we'll go over to that side. And there you go, sir. You right there in the front. So if the 5 of you could please stand and go ahead and head over to the side of the room. Congratulations. We're going to go ahead and you're the next member of the public. Please go ahead and state your name, give us your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name is Janet Scraper. I live at 401 Southwest 4th Avenue. I'm a member, I was a former president of the Tarpon River Civic Association and member of the board of directors. And I just want to thank the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation for filing this application. This cute little New River Castle is just such a unique and joyful icon to have in our neighborhood. And as staff and the Broward Trust has found, it does have significant value as a cultural and architectural heritage of our city, and its characteristic architectural style is valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, etc. And then the staff also said it qualifies for G, which is not in the report we got. But I want to say that this is such a very special thing, and you've heard all the history, and now we have a whole new set of history to bring into the conversation when we go by the castle and tell its stories. I think I agree with everyone else that it's very important to have these landmark touchstones so that it reminds you to bring out and tell your children, your grandchildren, your neighbors, whoever, about the history of the neighborhood. And this city is so interesting and it's got such a long history. I just think it's very important that we keep this intact. And I'd also like to mention to the owner of the building that the castle's only 882 square feet. You still have 17,000 feet you can build something on. It's not like you can't build anything there. We just want to keep the castle intact. It's just such a important part of our neighborhood and our history, and I hope that you will recommend that we designate this as a landmark historic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. All right, next member of the public, please approach. We'll take your name, your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hello, my name is Melinda Balker, and I reside at 511 Southeast 5th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I did come late. I did sign, but do I need to be sworn in?
Yeah, I'm going to stop your time. If you could please raise your right hand. Thank you for noting that. If you could please raise your right hand, and Ms. Wallen, if you'd swear.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and restart your time. Go ahead, ma'am.
So I come here today to ask you all to please grant this landmark historic designation to the Coral Castle, the New River Castle, and its lands. I come in my personal capacity, but I am the president of the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Civic Association, and I'm also on the board of trustees of the Fort Lauderdale Historical Society. I'm very familiar with the landmark, and I do think it needs to be preserved. As the president of a neighborhood downtown, just next door to Tarpon River, I know what it's like to have very few historic landmarks. We just have Stranahan House, we have Smoker Park, we have the Women's Club. And as a transplant from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, I also too do value the little bit of history that I find here, my 10 years that I've lived. I think it's a special place. And having said that, I would also like to, if I may, read the comments from the president of the Rio Vista Civic Association, Christina Curry, who was unable to make it. For the record, she says, my name is Christina Curry. I reside in 33301. As president of the neighboring Rio Vista, I am very familiar with the character of the Tarpon River neighborhood and the historically significant areas in close proximity. I support a historic designation for the property known locally as the New River Castle. It is important that future generations have the ability to look at the environment around them and see places that are impactful and remind them that our city is historically significant and not just downtown. I ask the board to be mindful that Fort Lauderdale was incorporated in 1911 and the structure was designed when Fort Lauderdale was in its infancy, yet it's standing today and being advocated for. Please pause and think of the value in that for today and tomorrow. We have seen things across the country which were historical and no longer have a place in civilized society. That's not the case here. In my personal capacity, I urge you to preserve the New River Castle. I agree with Christina Curry's statement as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. All right, we'll hear the next member of the public. Please state your name and give us your address. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hello.
Hello.
My name. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. My name is Diane Lade, and I live at 620 Southwest 6th Avenue in Tarpon River. So I live very close to the castle. I live in a house that was built in 1926. I bought that house in 1987 because I wanted to own an old house. I wanted my little house to feel like it was part of history. And I happen to also live on a block, some of you may be familiar with it, this block of 6th Avenue. We still have a lot of the houses there that were built in the 1920s and 1930s. Often when visitors to our neighborhood, they walk down our block, they say, "Oh, your block is so cute, this is so amazing. We really think this is so valuable and it helps us understand what Fort Lauderdale is really all about." But those old houses are going one at a time, as someone else here who spoke said. On our little block, we just lost one. Actually, it was a house that had belonged to the Murray family that now is the site of a McMansion. And as someone here said, yes, these houses are owned by people. They have the right to do with them what they want. But it's a piece of our history that's going one after another after another. And I say this so I can also say to you, you have a unique opportunity right now to help save a piece of our neighborhood. And certainly a structure that is worth that kind of designation and that preservation. So thank you for listening and for your time, and I really hope you will consider taking this step and saying yes to preservation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. We do appreciate your appearance here tonight. Next member of the public, please approach. We'll take your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I'm Katie O'Reilly, and I am at 1436 Southwest 16th Terrace in Shady Banks. Not a Tarpon River, but a supporter. I've been there for 30 years, and the castle is something I take everybody that comes to visit me to see. And I just wanted to, being of the Irish heritage, I collect stories, and I cannot be as, I don't have my bullet points prepared on history, but the stories that I collected, probably some of them cannot be heard in public because they're from children. They're from the grandparents or the great-grandparents of children that have played on that property forever and ever and ever. You know, the first cigarette, the first, you know what, the first, you know. But the best thing that I heard was from the boat captains. They would come, Shady Banks is upriver. We are on the South Fork of the New River. And when the boat captains would come home after that long navigation, they'd see the castle and they would know that they were almost home. So it is home to us. And we wish that you would seriously consider recommending it for historical preservation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. We do appreciate your appearance here tonight. We'll hear from the next member of the public. Go ahead and approach. Please state your name, give us your address. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name's Michael Stone. I live at 701 Southwest 8th Terrace in Tarpon River. I'm also vice president of the Tarpon River Civic Association. I've lived in Fort Lauderdale since '92, but my family moved here in the '70s. So we have a long affiliation. I was here for the opening of Pier 66. So been here for a lot of different things that have occurred over the years. Fort Lauderdale's changed a lot. I lived in Rio Vista when I moved here. I moved to Idlewild and actually lived in what used to be the mayor's house in Idlewild, older house, and was attracted to Tarpon River primarily because it was an older neighborhood. Lewis Landing property, if you don't know about it, you ought to read about it. It's an interesting history. It was actually the first official settlement here in Fort Lauderdale. I wasn't going to speak today, but I decided after listening to the information from the owner's attorney that this particular piece of property is even more interesting than what I thought. I Googled Walter Clark, as he had suggested I should. Wow, there's a character for you. And in a large way, I think, is representative of a lot of what used to go on in Florida. And I think those kinds of things, if you travel out west, if you travel to other countries, it's not always the good that is left intact, but occasionally some things that are a little seedy become really interesting places to go. And so I'm even more enamored with this castle. I take everybody that comes to our house to visit, I bring them there, they all love it. And I really do think that this deserves a designation, and I wholeheartedly hope you'll recommend that to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments this evening. Okay, so we had one person on this side that I know wanted to wait. So anybody else on this side of the room wishing to be heard? So we're going to come back over here. So that's one. And then who wishes to be heard over here? We're going to select 4 people on this side to join. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Great. If you could go ahead and stand on that side of the room, please make sure to distance, and we will hear comment from all. And while they're working their way over there, ma'am, if you could please give us your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Scott. I live at 1626 Southeast 1st Street in famous Mary Brickell's Platt, Coley Hammock. I'm also president of that homeowners association. I'm very active in the city. I'm on the planning and zoning board. I take property rights very, very, very seriously. And I, along with Alyssa Plummer, began the preservation and saving of the Shippey House. Hopefully all of you up here remember when we moved a house that had been designated to be demolished and we moved it to Nugent Avenue. I haven't done a lot of historic preservation. I have lived in this town since 1958. I've seen so many things removed that I wish would have stayed, but it's always difficult making these decisions. In the case of this particular property, I think it's fantastic. I can understand why everybody in this neighborhood wants to preserve it. But it's not really just a landmark for their neighborhood. It's truly a landmark for the whole city. How many little towns we're not a little town anymore, but how many cities have a little castle in the middle of a neighborhood? I think it just has tremendous cultural and historic value. And from a real estate perspective, I'd like to say this, because I'm a real estate broker currently. I looked at the multiple listing. This property wasn't sold as a redevelopment site. If you look at the wording and how they were marketing it, it was a big piece of land, but it had this, what did they say? It was a landmark castle on the property. So it wasn't sold like, when I sell property for redevelopment, you can betcha I'm putting that in the MLS because I want every developer to show up. So this whole concept of losing property value because you make something historic, I don't particularly buy it. I think that the beauty of being able to preserve a property and make it historic maintains the value because everybody living around it and everybody buying it is buying it for the reason that they want to live in it, enjoy it, and the people living near it know what it's going to be. I hope that you all will definitely move forward, send this to the City Commission, and I definitely think that's the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments, ma'am. All right, next member of the public, go ahead. Please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I haven't been sworn in.
Oh, thank you for letting us know. Please raise your right hand to be sworn by the city attorney.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Connie Christensen. I've lived in the Tarpon River neighborhood for a very long time. My father had command of the only Navy ship home ported here from 1959 to 62 when we lived in that neighborhood. I rode my bike in that neighborhood, having gone to Rogers Junior High School in a semester at Stranahan. I moved back here in January of 76, lived in River Reach, bought my house in October of 1980. It is the 41st anniversary that I've lived in my house at 1141 Southwest 8th Terrace here in Fort Lauderdale. I just want to add to the comments that people have made that, you know, when people come to town to visit, there are 2 places I inspire them to go and usually go with them. And one of them is a castle, the other one is the Bonnet House. I mean, these are really our most incredible, I think, landmarks we have that people have resided in, and the history of both of these places is amazing. But looking at the castle, you know, I wonder, and recently Marie McLaughlin and I rode over there in her car, and where I'm looking at it, and she was discussing with me how the exterior of that building was done. And I would love to know exactly what inspired the man that built that to do what he did, why he did what he did. But when you look at the exterior facade, I mean, it really is very artistically done with the shells and the stucco. It's impressive, and there's a pattern to it. I mean, you can tell that was a labor of love, and it took him a very long time to do that all by hand. I mean, I can't imagine the time that took, things that he had to do and redo, because there's a pattern to it, and it's quite lovely if you stand and look at that. And I so appreciate what the contribution of that little castle has made to our neighborhood. It is an inspiration, and it should be preserved, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate your comments this evening. All right, next member of the public, please approach the microphone. We'll take your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Name is Joe Krudel, 807 Southwest 7th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I moved here 43 plus years ago with my young wife, now deceased, and we spent about a year looking for a neighborhood that we liked. Settled on Tarpon River, and as the young lady before me said, everybody that's ever come here to visit us, one of the first things we do is show them the neighborhood, including the castle. And yes, the Bonnet House is also on that list. I've seen too many changes in those almost 44 years. I've seen too many pieces of property disappear. I've seen too much of the history of Fort Lauderdale being ignored. As a matter of fact, that nice young man there with the history from representing the owners, he downgraded some of our history in Fort Lauderdale. That's the bad history. What happened during the Prohibition era, what happened during World War II and after. Back in the 50s, I was a preteen on a Schwinn running numbers, which in those days we call Bolita. All right? But that's history, and we're trying to put it down. We're trying to take away the rum runners that were running into Cap's Place at one time, and also down to the restaurants on the river. All of this is disappearing. When I grew up in Fort Lauderdale, and actually in Broward County, it wasn't Fort Lauderdale, it was in Hollywood. There were courses that you took and discussions in high school on the history of Broward County. None of that's happening anymore. This is an opportunity for this commission to follow their conscience and designate this piece of property as historical so that we have it for our future families. I am disappointed at what happened to the Anne Murray Greenway. As I understand it, that thing disappeared.
Sir, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm just gonna ask you to keep your comments to the purposes of designation of the property.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought the Anne Murray Greenway was part of that. Basically, I'm pleading with you as a old member, owner in Tarpon River, probably one of the oldest, that you at least preserve what we have left now for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your understanding. All right, we'll hear from the next member of the public. Please approach. We'll take your name, your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Brucey Cummings. I live at 830 Southwest 9th Street, and I've been in Tarpon River for over 40 years. I know you're tired of hearing how historic this is for us, but we love the castle. I'm also a captain, sailboat captain, and I always bring people up the river and show them the castle from the water. That's always been a favorite designation, as well as I'm also a tour director in town, and that's historic, and I take everybody there. That is something that people come back to see. And that's the other thing. We have precious few places left. We let Bahia Cabana go. We have the Downtowner. I keep begging the staff, please don't let all these places go, because then there's no place to come back and visit and remember old times. And that's important. Fort Lauderdale shouldn't be just big high-rises and lots of money. There's a lot more here. This is a neighborhood. These are people that care about each other. They don't just buy, tear down, and build huge things without any thought. They're really neighbors. We talk with each other. When we want to do something like build a fence, we talk to the neighbor and say, what's going on here? Is this okay? How do you feel about things? That's the neighborly thing to do. And that's what we in Tarpon River really, really preserve and care about, being neighborly. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, ma'am. We appreciate your attendance tonight. All right, next member of the public, please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Brian Engel, 842 Southwest 9th Street. I share my neighbor's passion in the designation of this property, but I just want to take it back to the code designations and the historical criteria that you guys ultimately will make your decision on. I listened to the applicant's presentation, and I don't know if that's called a statute or a code, but they mentioned they focused on both the cultural and the architectural significance of this particular property. And I listened to Mr. Cole's council's presentation, which was very well researched, but it focused really just on why he didn't think this qualified culturally. I didn't hear much at all as to the architectural aspect of it. Outside of the affidavit regarding the facade, what I think is beautiful about this building is the Gothic style architecture. The city has 64 sites designated as historical properties. I skimmed through them about 20 minutes ago. Nothing looks like this structure. It's one of a kind, and I think for that reason alone, it deserves being protected. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it. Okay, I'll go back over here. Anybody on this side wishing to be heard? Okay, there's one. Go ahead. You can. Okay, wonderful. Anybody on this side that hasn't been called on yet that wishes to be heard? All right, seeing none. Is there anybody online that wishes to be heard on this item? Please go ahead and click that button on the bottom that says raise your hand. Otherwise, we're going to go on to our final public comment, and then I'm going to tell the board how we're going to proceed from there. But thank you. If you could approach the microphone, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and raise your right hand to be sworn by the city attorney.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do me a favor, pull that microphone down a little bit, and then give us your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Carolyn Earhart, and I live in Tarpon. No, I live in Tarpon River, but I live in River Reach, and I just moved there. I've been in Fort Lauderdale since 1955. I was 9 years old when I came here. I come from Illinois, and I come from a historic background. So I want to say idea of what I see. I work for the history of Fort Lauderdale, and I do tours. So people are talking so much about other buildings, but I work at the New River Inn, and also Mr. King was our builder of the 18th century. All his buildings have lasted. He built the Stranahan House. He built all these significant buildings downtown Fort Lauderdale. Thank God that the Junior League of Fort Lauderdale saved our history, along with Mr. Smoker. And the city of Fort Lauderdale was actually in the New River Inn. They wanted to get rid of it, and it was saved by the Junior League of Fort Lauderdale in 1955, while the Discovery Center was placed in there, and they saved the building again too, because apparently all these type of things mean a lot to people that have lived here and care. So I just want to say, please save other things, because if we didn't have the Junior League at one time, this city would have lost a lot of things. And thanks our pioneers, I teach the history in the schoolhouse of the real pioneers. Mrs. Stranahan, to Mary Brickell, to Mrs. Aldridge, to our mayor, only woman mayor in 1971, and had 2 terms. And without those people, for the bicentennial safety of what we all had and what our pioneers all did, we wouldn't have anything left. And please save this little castle, because it is beautiful, and I know a lot of people. I belong to the Fort Lauderdale Garden Club too, and I happen to know a couple of neighbors that live around there from the Garden Club, and they know about the history. They couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately, but please save this lovely history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ron. We appreciate your comments. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. How we're going to proceed going forward, and I was thinking about this during the public comment, but in order to have the most efficient process going forward, is we're going to handle the board's inquiries and comments in 2 forms. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call upon board members in what I believe is seniority based on length of term on the board. There is no scientific method to this. This is strictly based on my memory of who has been here longest. But we will start with myself as chair, followed by Mr. Marcus as vice chair, and then go in what I believe is seniority thereafter for only questions to the applicant or to the party designee, okay? We're only going to do questions first. After every board member has had a chance to ask any questions that they have and have those questions answered, we'll then bring it back to the board for our general discussion to address kind of comments and thoughts of the board prior to taking our vote. I think that that's going to be the best way for us to gather all the information before we have our conversation and try to keep it aligned. Okay. So with that, I am going to take the privilege as chair and ask a few questions. I have some questions for the owner's representative. I have some questions, Trish, for you and for the applicant. I'm actually going to start with the applicant. So, ma'am, if you could approach the microphone real quick. I just have one question for you. Have you applied for status on the National Register yet? Because there's a lot of talk about that, but I didn't hear whether or not that application has been filed.
No, that has to go through the state of Florida.
Okay, and that has not been done yet? Or
No.
you to your knowledge, that has not been done?
That is something that Broward Trust, we could do it. Anybody can do it. Trisha can do it.
But just
But
to
no
your
one,
knowledge, it hasn't
the
been.
state can do it. The federal government can do it. Because
understand.
we fall under all of that.
Gotcha.
But I do want to make a couple of comments.
I'm going to ask you just to answer the question that I posed, if you could. So I just want to be clear, to your knowledge, that an application has not been made for national registration yet, right?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm next going to have some questions for Trish. So, and I appreciate the desire to respond to the public comment, but we're not going to allow for that by the parties or the applicant at this time. You might be able to respond in those matters to any of the questions by the board, but we'll wait until it goes. But for Trish, my question to you is, why does the exception apply here?
The reason why it's used.
The exception, subsection G.
It's applied here because the alterations occurred less than 50 years ago.
So, and that kind of brings me to my next question is, how much does the coral plastering, I'm probably using the wrong term, but I think we all know what I mean, how much does that make or break staff's recommendation on this? Because as I understand it, the 50-year time frame would apply only to the alteration, but not to the property itself. Am I correct there?
Well, in this case, the alteration has occurred to the structure in its entirety. It's not a portion of the structure that has been altered It's the whole building footprint that we can see from, 1920s through today. So,
So would that apply solely to subsection F of the application's request, or subsection A, or both?
what do you?
So as I understand it, the criteria for designation before this board for this application, it kind of falls under, we're looking to two subsections of the code, and that's A, whether its value is a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city, state, or nation, or subsection F, its distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials. And as I understand what you're telling me, and I might be wrong here, the reason for the exception under subsection G is that the coral stone, which we're talking about, which would seemingly qualify this under subsection F, occurred less than 50 years. Is that
Correct.
am I
It's an
correct in that?
addition. It's an addition to the other two criteria. There's 7 criteria within our ordinance that you can designate under. A property only needs to meet one of those criteria in order to qualify for designation. In certain circumstances, there also has to be a consideration, a criteria consideration. And when something is less than 50 years old, that's what applies criteria G in this circumstance.
And it's the addition of the coral stone that was the less than 50 years old, not the building of the structure itself?
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. The structure was earlier.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. So now my next set of questions is for the owner's representative. Sir, if you could approach the microphone, I'd appreciate it. All right. You gave us a lot of information, and I was flipping through a lot of it as we were going through the public comment, kind of doing double duty. It's one of the benefits of being a trial lawyer is kind of having the ability to do that. But here's my first question for you. And what I kind of missed was, you talked about Clark getting arrested, you talked about John Elliott getting arrested, but how is any of that relevant? Maybe I missed that point.
So we're talking about the time period between this, first with the language gymnastics. Again, after providing the 73, the whole analysis changed. I could have just came in here last minute and said, oh, 73, gotcha. But now we have to kind of twist it around and figure out our time period. So now we've twisted it to our 1910 to 1960, but the structure didn't exist till 1926. But what happened is Sheriff Clark in 1933 lived a couple doors away. The county courthouse was right there. This is a known house where they had telephone operations, and John Elliott is known at residing at 625 Southwest 5th Place. Warren Clark got arrested in 1950. John Elliott then got arrested in 1953, and later an article came out about a loan from Broward Music Company to Pat Collier, is who's John Elliott got arrested with. The documents aren't there, so I'm not going to state it's completely related, but that's what I need to combat this, because this is just completely wrong. The staff report.
I'm sorry, sorry to cut you off. I just don't know what this is. What are you referring to?
I apologize. The staff report.
Understood.
The misinterpreted dates. At very minimum, there's not enough information to make a qualified decision, and there should be a delay to obtain the correct facts, because this board should not make a decision on facts that I've proved through the documents are clearly not true and in controversy. And once we flesh out all the facts and have a conversation, which is what we wanted from day one, that'd be fantastic.
Well, hang on, sir, because my question was just, why was the arrest of Clark and Elliott relevant? And I think that you certainly told us that, right? It establishes, to me, in my mind, it seems to then establish its value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city, state, or nation. Hang on, please hold your applause. No, I'm asking that as a serious question, because I know that you, counsel, would not bring information here that goes against your position, so maybe you can help me understand and rectify my confusion in that regard.
If anyone knew about Fort Lauderdale history and knew about William Clark, there's one person in this room which would be devastated. He ran a terror reign, and he is the person responsible for Reuben Stacy, who we just commemorated. He created that culture of crime and fear through bolitas against the Northwest community, leading to a path of destruction throughout. So the fact that we want to applaud him and not know who he is just makes me question what Fort Lauderdale history truly is about.
All right, so then as I understand it, excuse me, we'll keep order in this meeting. As I understand it then, and I don't mean to sound flippant, but you're not challenging the significant reminder of the cultural or the cultural heritage of that issue, but you're just saying that it's bad. Am I understanding that?
I'm saying if the city wants that to be what they honor, then they can make that decision and let it play out in the public.
Okay, so then your argument speaks to the the discretionary decision of the commission saying, look, this might not, even if it is, this might not be something you want to do.
Let me parse it this way.
Sure.
I only see it, the only thing you could qualify under is subsection G. Everything we've heard about is architectural features which are less than 50 years old, so therefore is it of exceptional importance. I'd venture to say Walter Clark is not of exceptional importance. Additionally, exceptional importance relating to the architectural features. The reason you don't see coral stone on buildings is because people call coral animals. You're placing animals on top of a building in light of preservation. I'm involved in a lot of coral preservation. What people want to do, it's like putting ivory tusk out there in the open. You put it at the bottom of the ocean, restore your waterways, and take historic out of preservation and worry about preservation. That's why people don't use coral. It was probably a byproduct of dredging over the 60s and 70s of the Isleways that someone just used for cheap. They didn't do it hand by hand. It was a company based out of Pompano, which again would be honoring then a Pompano company to be able to go forward with it.
Let me ask you another question, sir. You brought up, and I apologize if I'm misquoting you.
You're fine. No, and I
presentation. I believe you brought up a 1925 fire insurance map. Am I correct there?
So yes, it's within the presentation. It's 1924.
1924. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that map proved that it most likely wasn't in existence in 1924.
Correct, because the Sanborn.
Meaning that it was in existence in 25. I missed the explanation as to that. Could you clarify that for me?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. So the 1924 Sanborn map doesn't show this as a location on there. Sanborn maps actually are pretty accurate.
Slow down for me.
I apologize.
Slow down for me.
My fault.
Yeah, you're not on a clock here. I just want to make sure I understand so that we can make informed decisions.
My fault.
What map are we speaking about?
The Sanborn fire insurance maps. That's one that the city submitted from 1938. I found one from 1924, which doesn't locate the structure on the property. It's in my backup package right there. Right. However, what is on there is the industrial warehouse where this thing we just heard before, which placed with it, where it was an industrial use, and there's been no comment from the same neighborhood on it. But that was in existence as of 1924 as an industrial boathouse use throughout the existence of time on the original plat. So that
so then based on that, and I appreciate you explaining that to me because again I just missed that point. And now I understand what you're saying. It was in the 1925. It wasn't on the 24th. So therefore, it pops up. We assume it's then created. So it's your position that in 1924 the structure did not exist on this property.
Correct. Yes.
Got it. All right. Let me just make sure. Trish, let me go back to you for a minute, but do me a favor, sir. Stay right there, counsel, because I may go back and forth with you here for a moment. Trish, I know that counsel brought up that there was a discrepancy as to the plot number here. Can you discuss that at all or talk to us a little bit about that discrepancy?
The plat number?
Yeah, I believe, am I correct, counsel? There was a discrepancy as to the plat number?
The conveyance of title, the couple issues are, it says in 79 there was a conveyance from, from Norman to Foreman. That's the wrong deed. What actually happened was there was in 78 a second mortgage provided by Miles Austin Foreman, who I obtained the affidavit from today, to be able to show that it's not historic and constructed in 1974 because he fought this a couple years ago. And again, I respectfully ask to pause before all parties are considered because this is a very sensitive subject. But regardless, the transfer occurred. So there was a 1970, and I have all the documents here, 1978 second mortgage. Then in 1980 was there a judgment vacating right away. 1981, a satisfaction of mortgage in favor of Miles Austin Foreman.
So let me cut you off again, and sir, I apologize to keep doing that, but I want to make sure that we stay on point here. When your client purchased the property, was title cleared?
Yeah.
Okay. So then even though there was a discrepancy, that was cleared up.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's yeah.
That was my question. I didn't know if I was missing something, that there was something out there that wasn't right and everybody was kind of going down two paths.
No, it was clear as day.
Okay, got it. Okay. And am I correct, Trish? There's no discrepancy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free to jump in. Anybody else? 1974 coral was placed on the building. Is that kind of where we're all in agreement on that? 1974 is when the coral facade was placed on the building?
The building permit is 1973.
Okay.
And there's a newspaper article from 1974.
Got it.
And just to correct something that Mr. McAloon said earlier, he didn't originally provide me that information, as noted in the date stamp on the newspaper.com articles that I attached to the staff report. That was, I discovered that several weeks earlier.
Okay, thank you.
But also not pertinent to this request would be any discrepancies past 1974, which is
That's kind of
the
what I
end
was,
of the period of significance that's proposed.
that's what I'm trying to get at. But we all agree that the coral was put on the facade in 74, 73, 74?
Through an expired permit that was never finished out in
I
violation
don't really,
of zoning.
I don't think that that matters. The question simply is, was it done in 73, permit in 73, 74 that was done?
Yes.
So, okay, so we all agree in that time frame. Okay. So then I think I have a good understanding of the time. Let me just make sure I have no other questions before I call on Mr. Marcus for any questions that he has. I don't believe I do. I appreciate all parties, applicants, and staff for answering my questions. With that, Mr. Marcus, the floor is yours.
I just have one question, and I wanted to get back to Tricia, and I'm really following up on what we were just talking about. If in 1973, the permit was taken out to redo the entire facade with a new material, in my experience, I've never seen that as constituting a new building. Since the building had been existing, why wouldn't the original date of the building be honored?
The original date is honored, but it's additional information that we
Okay.
have. And so as an additional piece of information, an additional layer of history, we're expanding on the explanation of why it's significant through the use of that additional exception. And finding that it is exceptional through that application.
And one other question, I think you had said something earlier that although this building is not 50 years old, it's actually, according to a 1973 designation, so to speak, it would be 48 years old. How do you get past that?
So the original construction could be placed near around 1927.
Okay.
And then the additional, we have the footprint recorded that's in aerial photos and the Sanborn maps. We see the footprint. The footprint today is the same. The only difference is the exterior application of the coral rock material.
So I get back to my original question. I still don't understand why that, if you have a more conventional home and you put wood siding on the home, that's just a renovation. It wouldn't be building a new house. I'm having trouble getting past that.
Yeah, in this case, since the applied material is supporting the criteria as far as the significance with the use of the indigenous material, the architectural style, the appearance, and its integrity as it stands today, we are looking at that in its entirety and the application of that material as significant.
Okay.
And the craftsmanship that went into it,
Yeah.
and all of the details that are present. So if you're simply changing a material from a wood siding to aluminum siding, but it maintains the same appearance,
Right.
it's not a significant enough change.
And I wanted to add something that someone else said earlier, that Keystone has been used in South Florida on significant public buildings, significant private buildings. And it was used because it was so expensive to ship other kinds of stone that one would see up north. And that's why this started as the local alternative, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Any other questions?
No.
Oh, great. Mr. Parker, I want to go to you next, but I just want to check with the city attorney.
He abstained, so he shouldn't participate in the discussion.
Sorry, Mr. Parker, you just get to sit and listen. Sorry, Dave.
Okay,
No, I unfortunately I can't have you ask any questions, but I appreciate you sitting by.
I just want to commend the community for participating in this issue, which is long overdue. That's all I can
May I just
say with that.
interject if I could, because due to the nature of the
The commentary will not be considered, but we appreciate the comments on the record. All right, so that's going to bring me to Mr. Rosa. Richard, we're going to go to you next for any questions of the applicant, of the owner's council, or of Trish.
You know, I will echo, what we heard last from Dave, even though we're not considering it now. We sit through a lot of agendas, and in a lot of circumstances, we see applicants which come in, or applications which come in, and agenda items which come in, which are very very vanilla. And in this case, this is certainly not that. So, on behalf of the application, I appreciate all the detail and effort that went into it. On behalf of the owner and the owner's counsel, I appreciate to the degree of rebutting it and putting in the context that they've put in. It's by far one of the more detailed applications I've ever seen. Where I'm landing, and it's not so much a question, is really in the middle on this one.
Well, Ms. Rosa, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off there because I want to make sure at this point in time, I want to keep it to questions from the board. We're going to come back to the board for comment and discussion, but
so I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and thanks for calling that in. So my main question would really be more so as a technical question to the city attorney and maybe to staff in this case, as just a clarification. Do we consider as a board in any way whether a diminution in value were to occur in such a circumstance as in this application? Do we have any way to weigh that? Or is that not at all in our purview as a board?
That's not your listed criteria. However, there is case law in Penn Central Transportation Company versus City of New York. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case, 98 SCT 2646. It holds, one of the holdings in that case is that dominion in value alone is not a taking, but the taking is not within the purview of this board. So I would ask that you stick to the criteria that is laid out for you in the staff report.
Okay, so then I don't have any further questions. That was the one clarification. When we come back from comment, I'll have some comment at that time.
Great, and a good question, Mr. Rosa. I was very curious to hear the answer there, so I appreciate that question. All right, so we'll move on to Mr. Chavone. Mr. Chavone, do you have any questions for the applicant, owner, or the staff?
I have a question for Tricia. Has this castle ever had an application submitted before?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. So this is the first time since this property was built, and whoever's date we take could be 100 years or 50 years, that anyone has ever suggested that it should be historically designated.
There has been suggestions through previous.
But no application was ever filed.
Correct, no application.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment, and then I'll have comment later.
All right, thanks, Tim. All right, Mr. Carney, any questions for the applicant, the owner, or for Trish?
I got a question for the owner to start. Mr. Cole, describe the nature of the sale. Was this property publicly advertised by a realtor before you purchased it, or was this a private off-market kind of deal?
It was advertised, and it was advertised as RD15. It was advertised with the castle, but it was also advertised with the availability to, develop the property.
Do you know how long it was on the market before you purchased it or made an offer on it?
I don't think it was on the market very long. I love that area. I was biking down there and saw it, and I called the realtor and talked to her about it.
Understood. Question for the applicant.
She did state, though, that it was not designated historical, and that the Historical Society has filed an applicant, and the previous owner came in and defended it, just like I'm having to do now.
Thank you. Question for the applicant. Did the Historical Society make any attempts in purchasing this property while it was publicly offered for sale?
Could you repeat that, please?
Did you guys try to buy it?
Broward Trust?
The Historical Society.
Well, we're not the
Oh, I'm
Historical Society. I'm Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. We're a non-governmental agency. We're nonprofit. So we could have if we wanted to, but no, we did not try to purchase the property.
Thank you. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carney. Ms. Cesara, any questions for the applicant, the owner, or his representative, or for Trish?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cesara. All right, so that'll conclude the question portion. Let's now bring it back to the board for comments and general discussion. I'm going to, I think, go in the same order for comments by the board, but of course, it's going to be an open conversation amongst the board. Yes, Ms. Paul.
Mr. Chair, could I make a suggestion to give them some time, both the party, the owner and the applicant, some time to rebut the comments that they heard, just for due process purposes?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I was hoping that would happen during the question period. I thought maybe we'd get to that with some detailed didn't. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So why don't we give 3 minutes to each? I'll give 3 minutes to Mr. Cole and or his representative, or if you guys want to split it up, I'll leave it to you. And then the applicant will have the final word, so to speak.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate everyone's intentions and time. I do believe true history is the most important thing, regardless of however it turns out. Getting history correct is always, always important. Mr. Cole has made offers to donate the castle. He's made offers to develop the property with it. He's just been up in the air about it and wants to have a conversation. I'm actually glad that this is giving us the opportunity to have a conversation because no one would speak with us. They kept making all these accusations and all these things without even having a conversation. I would have been happy to provide all my research. I would have been happy to have a discussion. I would have been happy to sit down and explain everything. I would have been happy to do all that, and we could have avoided a lot of time, headache, and a lot of unnecessary hours spent towards this. Instead, we're sitting here before you today whereby there's a community, and I appreciate them very much so, but there's a lot of rabble going out there. That's why I don't comment on the social media. That's why I don't have those public posts out there, because I care about truth. I care about facts. I care about law and precedent, which is why we have a certain specific set of criteria which is not met before you today based on the application percentages. We heard how this place makes people feel. We've heard how this place generally is. What I've heard is that Tarpon River should be a historic designation area. You know, that's what I'm hearing. They have properties from the 1920s, 1930s, far older than this one. It seems like that whole district should be historic. And then let's ask the neighborhood if it's here in the same support, because see how it's working out for Sailboat. All my friends move in there. By the way, I live in Croissant Park and I have 2 homes. One's from 1954, the other's from 1949. Last thing I want is my neighbor coming in, having control over it, and then anything I gotta do is going before here, which is gonna be changing it up. And I don't got nothing to hide. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I do believe in property rights. I do believe in everyone's right to come here and voice the opinion, but I also believe in the right to state correct facts and not negatively affect people's property rights based on wrong information. And let's sit down, have a conversation, see what we can do to come to the betterment of everyone as a community. Just as W. Marshall said, invest in Fort Lauderdale, double, build it up, and keep going. That is the Fort Lauderdale way, and I just don't want that history to be lost by everyone moving down from here. Again, born and raised, be happy to have a conversation. I love history, and I will do anything to protect the sanctity of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Council. I appreciate their comments. Mr. Cole, your council took up about 2.5 minutes, but if you want a minute to address us, I'm certainly going to allow that.
Yeah, all I'd like to say is, you know, the significance, I think, from what I'm hearing of the 1973 is this was just a regular house like any other house around there up till 1973 where somebody made it into a castle. They didn't use the existing footprint. They expanded the footprint. There's round turrets around it, everything else. It's nice. I like the place. My daughter likes the place. I just don't. Ever since I've bought this property, I feel like the city's telling me what I can do with my property, and I've never had this happen before. So I apologize if I seemed defensive at the beginning, but that's kind of where I'm at on it.
Well, certainly appreciate that, sir, and thank you for your comments tonight. All right, and the applicant, you will have the final say in rebuttal before we go on to discussion, unless there are any other questions in the meantime, but go ahead.
Well, the trust, being the president, worked long and hard on this application. I did my due diligence. I did my research. And yes, the landowner's attorney did bring a certain amount of historical information to the table. I am going to read one quick little paragraph, and you all, the board, have my application. And hopefully you took the time to, if not read it thoroughly, but at least perused it to understand the work and the information that I brought to the table for this meeting this evening. But one point that Mr. McClune brought to the table was the fact that that this was not part of the original Lewis land purchase, and that this land belonged to Mary and William Brickell. And that's one of the points that I made in this application, and that's one of the points that I'm going to read to you. Very short paragraph, not a whole lot. Research from the Fort Lauderdale Historic Center provided this chronological data regarding the platting of the Tarpon River settlement several times over. And the history of the plat changes follows, starting with the original owners, the Brickles, and the dispute between the town, and there was also a dispute that went on between the town of Fort Lauderdale in 1896, which was also part of the application. So he brought some interesting facts to the table, but I don't see where he argued any of the subject criteria that I brought to the table with regards to this application. And I stand by it. The structure was there. And the two Florida master site file reports that were done stated 1921 through 1927. No one could ever really, I guess, pinpoint the exact date. But the structure was there. What the structure actually was, unfortunately, no one has really been able to answer that question. The point being that it is more than 50 years old. As far as the landowner's rights, the ULDR was adjusted, I'm going to say about 2 years ago. And the changes made to the ULDR, where at one point in time, any one of you could have gone to the city and said, I love this little historic castle and I want to see it designated. As a homeowner, you had that option. You had an opportunity to go and fight for this building. We, the city, decided that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll give you 20 seconds.
I'll just wrap this up. The city decided that it was probably unfair to landowners to have just anybody come along and say that this property or this building or this structure needed to be designated. And the ULDR stated that there are the owner, the city of Fort Lauderdale, the Historic Preservation Board, or an entity. The entity being Broward Trust for Historic Preservation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Which is over 20 years old.
Appreciate that. All right. Thank you very much to the applicant, Mr. Cole. Thank you very much to your counsel, Mr. McClune, and thank you very much, Ms. Conca. And I want to thank the members of the public who were here tonight to comment for cooperating with us in the procedure and all the mishigas to make sure everybody was safe and to make sure everybody was heard. I think it went pretty smoothly, but let's bring it to the board for discussion. I'm going to reserve comment for later, but I would move to Mr. Marcus to kind of kick off the discussion. Comments, any matters that you want to address, anything you want to put on the record as to your thoughts on this?
I will. I just have a few comments here.
Do me a favor and just speak into your microphone, Arthur.
Sorry. First of all, it was really wonderful to hear how many people have lived in the neighborhood and have had ties to the neighborhood for so many years. In these years of transient people running all over the place, it's nice to know there are some places that people treasure and do keep. I really think this castle, as has been said today, is emblematic of an important part of our cultural and social history. Notwithstanding all of the history weeds, so to speak, I mean, there's architectural history, there's social history, and there's cultural history. And all of them have a bearing in a decision such as this. But I do think that, as everyone had said, and I've seen, that this has become, over the years, at least since 1974 or whenever you want to count it, and a very important part of the character of the neighborhood. Just some of the words used by different people really sum up the fact that I'd like to say some buildings, I'm an architect, so I talk about buildings. Some buildings ignite the public imagination. And people used words such as iconic, enigma, unusual, joyful, inspiration. So I do think this building warrants historic designation. I have one caveat, and my one caveat is probably more technical than anything, but in the architectural world, a building such as this would be called rightfully an architectural folly. I mean, in Miami Beach, Morris Lapidus did all those wonderful sculptures that you walk along Lincoln Road, and they're proudly called architectural follies. So there's nothing wrong with the word. It's a word that's been used for hundreds of years. So that's my only comment. I would just be curious to hear what Tricia's opinions were on that.
I mean, it can certainly be described in that way. I wouldn't argue with that.
Just as an aside, real fast, I'll read a definition.
Arthur, make sure to speak into the mic.
I'll read a definition from the Oxford Dictionary that just states, an ornamental building with no practical purpose. Obviously, this does have a purpose, but especially a tower or mock Gothic ruin built into a large garden or park. Many years ago, people would build mock Gothic ruins and put them on their properties. So I would vote in favor of this. I think it'd be a wonderful addition to our city, and I think it's something that really needs to be preserved. And I hope that in time, as in other cities, historic designation will prove to raise the property values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. All right, we'll move on to Mr. Rosa. Mr. Rosa, any comments, further questions of Trish? Certainly want to hear what you have to say.
Sure. No, and I gave my initial comments when we were more so in a question mode, so I'm not going to restate them. I think the idea being that it's a really awesome thing to see in the way that people have really gravitated towards the just the passion behind this structure. But I'm going to pick up where Arthur left off, and it ties back into the question that I posed. And Arthur's question point was simple: Would this being designated historic increase its value? I feel comfortable putting my opinion on the record there that it would not. It would not do that. I'm speaking as someone who has lived in Sailboat Bend, well known to the board for 10 years. I find, unfortunately, that would not be the case. I wish it were, but it would not be the case. I have never had an application before me where I have felt so split. Truly, I'm staring at the criteria, trying to fit what I think makes sense based on what I'm finding. And candidly, I'm finding that I need more time to make it make sense for me to fit the criteria. And I'm finding facts brought forth by the owner and his counsel where I can certainly hear their points, and I can certainly hear the points made by the application. One thing I'm not following is if the owner has put forth a good faith effort to work in hand towards a future development incorporating the existing castle that everyone is so passionate on keeping while not deeming it historical, why has that not been a plausible middle ground here while remaining in place with the idea? And I don't know if that's some new way of doing this sort of, I'm having trouble articulating it, this middle ground of preserving it, but while not deeming it historical. And I guess the thought being, if that's truly what's going on, then why haven't we considered that? Because certainly that makes a lot of sense to me. If we're able to sit here and think, if there's a proposed development that we're going to keep the castle in place, probably remaining in its place, because moving it would certainly seem onerous, why would that not accomplish the end result of what the application is seeking to accomplish while not tagging this with an historical designation? Going back to my first point, because I do not believe it will increase the value. And I think that's a way of accomplishing the means to an end and winning in both ways. And that's my thought right now. And candidly, I'm having trouble deciding where I'll vote on this issue because it's a tough one. It just is. But that's where I'm struggling, and that's why I asked the question to the city attorney regarding the diminution of value and whether that's something that we can apply here. But it's something that I'm struggling with, because if that's truly what has been the case and counsel for the applicant, or excuse me, for the owner has brought that forth as something that they've wanted to do, I can't understand why that has not been more seriously considered or why that meeting hadn't been had before tonight. So,
I agree with you.
Excuse me, I'm gonna ask for quiet, please. I'm gonna call for quiet so that we can.
And that's where I'll end. I have a couple other things here that I think we've spoken to. It's been a long application. It's been a long meeting. I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate everyone having gone through this agenda item with the intensity that's been here. It's great to have that happen. But that's where I'm struggling, is if there's an active desire by the owner to participate in its preservation while not tagging it with a historical preservation, with the actual designation, then I would be open to hearing on what maybe the board thinks about that in another way. If we could go around and think about that idea for a moment. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Thanks, Rich. All right, that'll bring us to Mr. Chabon.
No boy.
That's always a great way to start off.
Thank you, Richard. You made a lot of interesting comments. Everyone who owns a dog thinks they have the best dog in the world, and they're all right. Unfortunately, everyone who thinks what we should do with this castle has a good idea, but they all can't be right. And I am too struggling. I have a great appreciation for history and a great respect for the memories and the stories that I heard tonight. And I also have a great respect for the owner and his right to do what he should do with a piece of property that he bought without any information saying that he couldn't do what he wanted to do. This is the American way. Somewhere between these two ideas, we have to build a bridge. And this issue constantly comes before this board. This is the reason I sit on this board. This is how I got here. Because there was some disjointed idea between what is right and what is wrong. And at the end of the day, what is designation? How is designation preserved? It has to be funded. Someone has to take the financial responsibility to upkeep this castle. Someone has to carry that weight. Some cases it could be called a weight, some cases it could be called a gift. Someone may call it a curse. This is what we're talking about. So I am between this myself. So without getting too verbose on it and going around it, I don't know if it's proper for me to make a motion, but Mr. Chair, I will make a suggestion.
I'll certainly go to you for the motion, but I want to hold off until everybody's had a chance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. I'm done.
I don't want to cut you off. Any other comments though you have?
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go to Mr. Carney.
The owner's attorney said it quite well. I have an old house. God forbid someone else comes along and forces me to do something I don't want to do with my own house. I understand the need for historical preservation in town. Old Fort Lauderdale is on its last leg. If it's not already dead, we're a town of high rises and out of towners and people from out of state. At the same time, what counts to me the most is the value of private property rights. This gentleman spent $1.5 million on that property. If he wants to tear it down, it's in his right. If he wants to burn it down, it's in his right. And that's why I asked if any historical society or any kind of preservation trust made any kind of attempt to purchase this property. If it would be a different story if this property was sold on the hush-hush, it wasn't. It was publicly advertised. No one stepped up to this gentleman here, and at the end of the day, he has a deed to the property, and he can do whatever he wants with it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Ms. Hazara, any comments?
Yeah, this is, believe it or not, this is very hard for me too. I know I always say I live in a historical home in a historical neighborhood. We bought our house because of the restrictions. We wanted to live in a neighborhood with old homes that were protected and big yards. And then, like I was so wanting, okay, first of all, as a volunteer on the preservation board, I feel like I want to say that what we're here to do is to suggest that it be put up for it. We're not saying that it has to be, but for someone that it's more the experts. And for me, it looks so much like a landmark. I feel so bad for the owner who bought it, not knowing that there may be something like this to come up, but it just seems so obvious that it is a landmark. And then with all the history. And so I feel, I feel more comfortable knowing that I'm a volunteer that's just suggesting, and then it would be left to the experts. But again, I want to say my analogy, and it's funny someone brought up dogs, because the whole time I'm thinking that to me, historical homes are like pit bulls. And when they fall into the wrong hands, then it's so sad. It's so bad. But when they fall, I've seen the most incredible pit bulls as pets, but they're not for everybody. But you just, that fork in the road, when that one person gets that pit bull versus a different person. I believe that Mr. Cole absolutely I just can't imagine buying that castle with designs on tearing it down and putting something else there, but I don't know. So for me, as a volunteer, I would say that, Jason, you made it clear that we're here just to suggest that it go before another board. And because I do have confidence in Tricia and the other staff, that I feel like as my volunteer, I should say that it should be put before. But it's not easy, and I don't want Mr. Cole to, take it out on me like some other people have. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
I could say, Mrs. Zara, that I'm confident Mr. Cole's not going to come knocking at your door based on any vote here today. I have a strong feeling as to that, but I appreciate.
Stranger things have happened, Jason.
The hardest thing for me is I bought the property 5 months ago, and the stuff that I've been dealt with this property is unreal, and I have no intentions at this time of tearing the castle down. That's
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, so Mrs. Zara, did you have anything else that you wanted to address? I'm gonna take that as a no. I didn't hear a response.
Oh, no, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's gonna bring it back to me for my comments and my thoughts. And I've tried to formulate them in a fashion that was logical. And one thing I'm gonna do before giving my comments is to just once again note and remind the board what we're doing here today. So our purpose of being here today is to determine whether this property, the property as a whole, meets either of the two criterion by which the applicant is seeking designation. It doesn't have to meet both. It doesn't have to meet all. It has to meet one or the other or both. It could meet both. And that is whether the property as a whole, as contained in the application, whether its value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city, state, or nation, or its distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials are apparent. The property rights of the owner are not to be considered when making our decision. Our decision is to tell the city commission, does it qualify because it meets one or the other or both of these criterion? And the case law cited by the city attorney, I think, strengthens that point. The argument as to the property owner's rights is one to be made to the city commission as to why they should not take the ultimate action to designate or not designate the property. And that was something that I had to work out in my head as I was listening to the comments of the board, because much like Mr. Rosa and Mrs. Zara, I found myself going back and forth, right? But to me, there were a couple of interesting points that I recollected in my mind when I thought back through the public comment, Mr. Cole's comments, his attorney's comments, and of course the applicant and Trish's. First thing I want to note is this board has repeatedly looked to public position, the position of the community around any property that we are dealing with in attempting to make our decisions. And we have often looked to members of the Sailboat Bend community in saying that we are going to be either more or less flexible of the guidelines that deal with Sailboat Bend. And we note that the community comment that we receive will often guide us. And sometimes we tell those people, we appreciate what your comments are, we appreciate your position, but that's not for us to consider. That's not within the bounds of what we're looking at. And what I note here is that there were 30 people I counted. I might be wrong, but I marked down each person. 30 people who commented from the public. And of those 30 people, all 30 people are in favor of historic designation. And they noted, in my opinion, based on their comments, its value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city. The other thing that I noted, and one of the things, to Richard's point, that I was thinking about was, well, is this a situation where the owner's coming forward and saying, look, I want to preserve this building, but to place this tag on it is going to harm me in some way other than financial. I certainly recognize the potential financial harm. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Cole, I recognize that. But the case law says that's not for a consideration of ours.
It'll definitely.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you. the potential economic harm, which was established by your attorney in designating, or excuse me, in his motion to designate you as a party here, certainly is something that may be prevalent. I don't know. That's not for our consideration. But what I did note is that you also said that you are not looking to tear this building down. And I found that very important because that shows that you too recognize that there is some sort of a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage to the city based on this property. But what I did note to Richard, to your question and your comments or your inquiry and point of discussion, was that Mr. Cole said, yet. He said, I'm not looking to tear down this property right now, excuse me, not now, but yet. And that didn't lend itself to a lot of comfort that this property would be otherwise protected. I found that troubling. I also noted that Mr. Cole, in his rebuttal, stated that he was told by his realtor or by the listing agent, I'm not sure which, that there had previously been an attempt to designate this property, and he was put on notice of the potential of the historic. Excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me. I appreciate your desire to comment, but your time to be heard has completed. The time is now mine. Sir, you in your comment, I'll speak directly to you. You're in your own comments and rebuttal noted that you were told of a previous attempt to designate this property, thereby being placed on notice of the potential historic nature of this piece. To Mr. Carney's point, with that notice and that knowledge, he still chose to purchase it. So the argument that he is an unknowing purchaser, I find no weight. I give no weight in my considerations, not to take away from yours at all. But in my mind, that was something that I consider because, again, this board has repeatedly talked about people who purchase properties unknowingly and going, holy crap, I didn't know about this long-standing history of this, this shed in the corner of my property that housed some Indian village, right? Like this is why we go to the property appraiser and we're asking that sites be designated and we get a note so that we want people to be put on notice. Here, Mr. Cole was. I would also note that there was a lot of discussion of the coral that was placed on the outside of the building and the time frame of the coral, and whether it was within the 50 years, whether it was outside the 50 years. But one fact, there were two facts that we established in, I believe, my questioning, and I think throughout the presentations. The first is that the coral was placed on the building in 73, 74-ish. We all agreed on that, and I received confirmation from everybody on that. That establishes a questionable 50-year time period, right? No doubt. That's where the subsection G exception comes into play. But even without that, it's undisputed that the property and the building was there prior to that, before 74, meaning that the historic building in and of itself was there for more than 50 years. Maybe not in the same form that we found it in 74 with the coral on it, which is a distinct characteristic which lends itself to, as I understand it, the staff's determination that the strengthening of its position that subsection F might be met. But even if there is this oral history and this long-standing history that this was a bridge tender's view or home or residence or whatever it was, again, to me, it speaks to the value as a significant reminder of the cultural heritage of the city at that time. Whether the bridge was in existence and worked greatly for 10 years, 5 years, 10 minutes, 50 years, doesn't matter. It's part of this city's history. So when I think to the challenge for this board in making a recommendation to the commission, I urge the members of this board to remember what our job is. Our job is to make a recommendation as to whether or not this specific piece of property meets the criterion. I then encourage the members of the board to go speak as citizens of the city to the city commission and advocate one way or the next, but don't abdicate your obligation as a member of the board because of your personal feelings. I think that we as a board do a really good job of setting those aside often. And a lot of times we go, look, I don't like it, but that is what it says. Tim, you and I have often said, look, I don't really like that. I understand that fence takes away, but look, it's a guideline and it says it's okay, right? We've made those exceptions. We've acknowledged that sometimes what we like or don't like is contrary to what our job is. And here, to me, it seems that our job is clear. We have to look at the criterion for designation and determine whether it meets those. And it's my position, and I believe that in fact it does. And I got to tell you, I love the fact that there is this dirty nature to this property. I mean, does it get more Fort Lauderdale than that to have bootleggers and guys running? Look, I come from Jersey, okay? And when I was growing up, there were a bunch of phone things in my basement. They weren't hooked up. And I wondered what that was, because my house they used to run numbers out of my house before my parents bought it. And it's that kind of history that, to me, again, establishes its value as a significant reminder of the cultural heritage of the city. So I would notify the members of the board that I am in favor of a recommendation for designation. But I don't know, I'm curious to see the discussion before the commission. And I think that many of the positions that have been taken against a recommendation speak more to the commission's discretion in granting designation, as opposed to our job to make the recommendation of whether or not it qualifies. So I would encourage the board to look at it from that perspective, certainly being respectful of everybody's position. And I got to tell you, board members, I really thank you for working with me in the procedure of us moving forward here. One thing that I believe I pride myself on, is that this board works really well together, even when we disagree. And we can have good conversations. We can take different points of position. And for that reason, with my comments now being through, I want to give an opportunity for any board member to make any other comment that they wish as to this item before entertaining Mr. Chavone's motion.
I have one comment, and I respect exactly what you said, and you make a very good point. However, and I am not an attorney, nor would I ever pretend to be, but I do want to remind as well that in our Declaration of Public Policy, and when it speaks to the historic preservation, the last few sentences are, as a matter of public policy, that this ordinance referring to historic preservation is required in the interest of the health, safety, general welfare, and economic well-being of its residents. That's where it gets a little tricky for me, Jason, because the economic well-being for its residents is applicable to everyone in this room, everyone at that Zoom meeting, and the owner of the property. So we are not splitting hairs. We are trying to come to some understanding. And I do not disagree with the interpretation as you read it at the job of this board is. But if we want to talk about things, we could talk forever, and we could talk about the old days when people used this designation to stop development and used it wrongfully. And then there were people who got up tonight and started to talk about concrete mansions and putting a stop to growth, and those types of things scare me. That doesn't seem as though their heart is in the right place for the castle. It seems like they're trying to stop something from potentially happening down the road. So that's why I'm very cautious about what I want to do here. So with that being said, may I please make a motion?
As long as nobody else on the board wants to have any other comment, absolutely. I'm just going to ask.
I just have one comment, gentlemen. And Mr. Chair, you said everything, I think, as well as anyone could to distill, I think, a very long agenda item. But I believe I know the answer to this. I just want it clear, and I want it on the record. In the event that this does receive a historical designation, this is more for city staff, or if someone on the board knows, please chime in.
It's not a designation.
Does that then render the entire site subject to any additional historically, whether in an historic district, that aside for a moment, any additional historical overlay in the event Mr. Cole were to bring forth an application for development in the future for anything that is right at this moment vacant land? Would it then be subject to further review by this board?
The application includes the entire site that the castle is on. So that's included in the application. So that would be a part of the approval or denial.
Would there be in a way to bifurcate that and solely leave the existing structure as historically designated while leaving the remaining property free from that designation?
Well, let me ask a follow-up question. One minute, Ms. Wallen. Let me ask a follow-up question to Mr. Rosas. If so, is that a distinction that we as a board can or need to make, or is that something for the city commission?
The application that is before you is for the entire site. That unless you make a finding that the other parts of the property do not meet the criteria. And again, I just wanted to remind the board of a few things that I heard, just to remind you of your job. I did hear a comment regarding not really processing this application to try to do something else. There's no discretion for that under under 166.033 in the Florida statutes. It states that local governments have to, within 180 days of a development application, either approve or deny it. So you don't have any discretion of saying that we need to do something else. This application was filed, you have to make your recommendation to the City Commission. Additionally, I just also wanted to remind you of who can designate or file an application for designation. We've been over this before, but I wanted to make that a part of the record. In 472411C, there are a few different parties that can make a motion or application for a designation. The Historic Preservation Board, the City Commission, the property owner, a simple majority of property owners in a proposed district, and the last criteria, which is pertinent for tonight, by a corporate resolution of a nonprofit corporation executed by an officer authorized to bind the corporation. So the nonprofit that filed the application is entitled to a decision on this application under our code. They have that authority to seek to designate this property. So that's under 472411C1E, just for clarification. Additionally, the criteria for designation, which you need to evaluate. There is nothing in here about property value. That is not pertinent for the application. That is not something that you need to consider. Under 472411C 7A, which is what the applicant filed their application on, it says its value as a significant reminder of the culture or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. Or you can consider F, which is its distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials. Additionally, you should make a finding that if you are going to approve it, whether or not it's an exceptional importance since it was under 50 years. But that needs to be in your findings. You should not be considering a dominion and property value, whatever that is. That is not the criteria that is before you. And it's your obligation as a board to make those findings that are in your staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallen. So Richard, did that answer your question?
No, it didn't answer my question regarding the designation of bifurcating the application. I see it as this. We've had applicants in the past, let's say, table their applications to subsequent agendas in order to use, and I'm not saying that's the case here, to utilize the ability to not have a finding made tonight, but rather to bring it forth at a later date. I'm not suggesting that take place. What I'm suggesting as, from what I've heard, which has been expansive and extremely detailed, I can understand why. And Mr. Chair, candidly, your comments as to criteria A have resonated and brought it into my mind as to why there is a cultural or archaeological heritage in play to the city. What I'm not getting, and maybe it's not my part to take this separation in this case, is why the entire 18,000 square feet, roughly, a fairly sizable lot by any nature on the river, would also thereby be encompassed within that designation. And that's what I was trying to distinguish.
That's in our code in 472411. It states it automatically includes the site under which the property is located. That's what it says in our code. However,
understood.
if you believe that the other parts of the property do not meet the criteria laid out for you, then you can make that finding and then make that recommendation to the City Commission. But I haven't heard what.
No, certainly, and I appreciate so much the clarity on that, and it's crystal clear. The other part that's sort of just pulling me back is the indigenous material. If we're getting into F as for a moment, whether that could be argued to be, in this case, infamous at this point, that it's finished in coral because of the reasons set forth by the owners' council. It's a tough one, and I'm repeating myself over and over. But it's what I'm struggling with.
Richard, let me cut you off there for a minute because I want to ask Sherry a quick question as a follow-up. So I understand the code states, and I have the section here, that unless otherwise specified in the approving body, each designation of a landmark shall automatically include the designation of the site upon which the landmark exists as a landmark site. But is that something that the commission could parse out regardless of our recommendation?
The commission can do that.
They can
But
do
I
whatever they
say-
want, basically.
Exactly. However, you should make, if that's your recommendation, just make sure that you're making a finding that you don't believe that that satisfies the criteria.
Understood.
Otherwise.
Understood. All right. Any other comments by members of the board?
One.
Yeah.
Now that we're talking to the city attorney, so just to clarify and to clarify.
Oh, this
hopefully
never ends well when Tim starts talking to lawyers.
For Richard as well. When we make a motion, we can make a motion to approve, deny, approve with condition. Would that apply to what Richard was suggesting, that if one of the board members made a motion to approve this as it's applied for, although it encompasses all the land, the condition would be that it would only be subject to a certain part of that land, which would be where the castle is? Is that
You can
my
make-
understanding that that's an option?
You
Not
can
what
make
I'm
a
suggesting.
recommendation. I would just say that as a basis, because remember that the applicant is entitled to a decision on this application, and the application as it stands is for the entire site. So you would have to make a basis for your recommendation. So you would have to say something along the lines of, I don't believe the, other than the castle, meet the criteria that's before me. Based
Okay.
on whatever
Right.
findings of
All
fact.
right. So that is an option. It just needs to be explained that that's why we.
That's
that
correct,
motion.
but you would want to state on the record what your findings of fact are as a
All right,
basis.
for the record. Thank you for clarifying that. That's it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Go ahead. All right. So, let me do this. Tim, I know you want to make a motion. I'm now not sure where you stand. I would ask that the movant, the person making the motion, be in favor, and that discussion and the vote be taken on an affirmative motion as opposed to one to deny. So I would inquire as your motion would be to approve, either solely or with conditions, and if not, I would then look to other members of the board who might be in favor to make the motion so that we can then have discussion on the motion.
Well, in theory, hypothetically speaking, my motion would be neither to be in favor or to deny. It would be to continue.
So that's that. So I respect that. Unfortunately, that's not a motion that we could consider.
Can you do that?
No.
Well, it says we can right here. It says we can continue. I can make a motion based on the fact that the application is in question for the land that is in addition to the land that the castle's on, that I'd like to continue for several reasons, but if you need just one for the record, I was asking to make that motion based
Is that a
on-
proper motion at this time? I thought we could not.
Again, under 166.033, we have to approve or deny this application within 180 days of the time that we deem that the application is complete. Unless the applicant agrees to a continuance, that's what the statute says, we can't hold up this application, meaning you can't continue it unless the applicant agrees to a continuance.
Well, let me ask a question. When was the application deemed complete?
I don't know.
I can check on the
It's on
exact
the
date.
application.
Yeah.
Isn't it in our book? Isn't it in August, I think?
August 27th.
August 27th, my memory serves me well, which is good for about an hour.
So I think that we're well within 180 days.
Well, what I'm saying is that the statute says that you can agree to continuances, but it has to be with the applicant's approval, with their consent. So unless the applicant would like to agree to a continuance, which she's shaking her head no.
Well, only if it has to do with your either agreement or disagreement with a potential motion to continue.
Mike.
I feel Tim.
Wait, do me a favor. If you could just approach the microphone, I'd appreciate it. Richard, was that you chiming in?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, if it's possible to set out as a condition.
Hang on.
What I had mentioned.
Hang on. I want to go to you for a minute. Hang on, Richard. I just want to hear.
No problem.
So as it relates to a potential motion to continue, do you agree or do you not agree? That's the only thing that I'm interested in addressing at this time.
I'm sorry, I don't agree.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to hear. I appreciate it. Mr. Rosa, now we'll go to you.
I would just echo what I think Tim got to eventually in that if we're going to walk down the path of a approval or designation being in favor, if it's possible, and I know certainly we use building department conditions in form consistently, if we could condition this with the bifurcation of the land, I would be in favor of that. If that's not possible, I understand. I'll tame back from that. But I did like that hybrid model of the ability to sort of meet, I think, the objective here, while not onerously tagging a development site, which to me has not been proven to be historically significant enough to take that entirety and designate it.
Thank you. Oh, are you? Here's my, we'll go.
Just to make sure everyone's aware, because the applicant has an ability to appeal, again, I say, if you're going to make that a condition, make sure there's a basis to do so. Otherwise, there will be an appeal.
So my question is this, Sherry. What is our starting point? Is the starting point that we look at this as qualifying, or are we looking at at a starting point as it does not qualify unless those criteria?
Well, you would look at the criteria, which is A and F, and the other section, which is G, and you would determine whether or not it meets that criteria. If it does meet that criteria, the recommendation is for approval to the City Commission. If it doesn't, then your recommendation is for denial to the City Commission.
So here's kind of what I'm hearing, and here's what I've heard, and this is kind of where I'm at. I am intrigued by the possibility of sectioning off the structure from the property, because I certainly heard much less information as to the significance of the property, although I did hear some. But again, I go back to our job and the four corners. You all hear me say this all the time. We looked at the four corners of the application before us. The four corners of the application before us was not just for the castle. It was for the whole piece of property. And we didn't hear much by the owner saying, look, the castle, we really didn't hear anything, saying the castle might be significant, but the property isn't, so don't do that. We didn't hear really any evidence that said, well, the property is not significant at all. But what we did hear, I believe, is a lot of evidence that, looking to the four corners of the application, the property as a whole, because we have to take it as a whole by the statute, right, by the code, and by the city's charter, or the city's code, excuse me, is its value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city is prevalent. So I want to find that common ground, and I always, I like the idea of compromise, but I don't think that's our job here. I think our job is to make the recommendation. In my opinion, it hit its mark. It met A criteria. Maybe, and I'll be very candid, I think it more so meets A than F. I think it's very questionable as to whether or not it qualifies under F, but I think that under A, it's been proven by actually both the owner and by the applicant. And I think that for that regard, it is our duty to report to the commission a recommendation that under A, it meets the criteria and there should be a recommendation for designation, but we should also, and I think the commission will have the ability to review this record and they will see the discussion, they will see the concerns that we have. I just want to make sure that we're doing our job. And we can then go to the commission and say, look, here was our position. You guys do what you think is right when you take in all these other factors. That's for their consideration, not ours. So, Tim, based on the applicant's disagreement with the motion to continue, I do not believe it would be ripe. I would not entertain it. But I would entertain a motion to approve or deny the application, and whether or not that is with any other conditions, I will leave up to the movant. But if any member of the board is going to make a motion with any other conditions, please note you are going to have to set forth the explanation as to why those conditions apply so that we can make a clear record.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Marcus.
This is probably to you and to the city attorney. Could a motion be made to approve the project? Because I understand that's what we have to do, approve or deny it. But also in our communication to the city commission, talk about this idea that Richard has brought up about bifurcating the castle from the rest of the property. I don't know if
I mean, that's my understanding, Ms. Wallen, is that we make the recommendation, but we can certainly communicate to them that, look, we're making a recommendation based on the fact that it met the criteria, but when you, city commission, make your determination, we think you should take this into consideration.
You can make that as a part of your recommendation. In other words, as a part of your motion, whoever's making the motion, just say motion to approve and say whatever, what you just said.
So maybe that's something to take into consideration as well. But I would entertain a motion at this time. I think that the discussion, we've had a lot of good discussion on this and trying to get down that middle of the road, but
I'm backing up.
all right. You want to,
I have no motion to make at this time. I'll vote either yay or nay on whatever motion is proposed.
all right, Mr. Chavon. So then with that being said, I'll entertain a motion by any member of the board on this item.
I'll try and make a motion.
All right, Mr. Marcus.
Can I say something before you make a motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Cole. Thank you.
I just bought $1.5 million
Excuse me,
piece
Mr.
of
Cole.
property.
Mr. Cole, excuse me. Your time to speak has concluded. I appreciate your presence here this evening. The board will continue with its business
It would
without
be
interruption.
a motion to recommend or recommend to approval
Can I
or
do a
deny.
motion to recommend with conditions?
You
Or
can, as
with
long as
comments?
it goes up.
How do you say?
That's correct. Just make sure you have a basis for it. Make sure that you have a basis based in the fact that it either met or didn't meet the criteria in the code. I'm telling you that because of the ability to appeal.
Okay, so my rationale, which I want to run past you before I say it, I'm going to say it, is that although the property has been deemed historic in its entirety through the ownership that it's entertained in the past, right now, the most historic part of the property is the portion where the castle is on. And in order to provide some economic subsistence to the owner, we don't think that the whole property should
I think
be.
you should leave the economic out. I would stick to the criteria that's in 472411C. I would use the language in there in A, F, or 8G. I would use that language in your motion.
What page are we on? Sorry. Well, I would use F because it's a significant reminder of the cultural or architectural heritage of the city.
That'd be A.
And pardon?
That'd be subsection A.
Sorry, I was reading F.
That's okay.
I think F that's currently written in the code, it's distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials.
Hold on, I can't.
That's what's in the code right now.
Here, page 6 of 7 of the staff report.
Okay.
If you look at the top box, subsection A, I believe is the subsection you are referring
Oh, I'm
to.
sorry,
I will
yeah,
note, and I'll
yeah.
note, I see your confusion here. F is actually, it's incorrectly noted as the language of A in the staff report. I did note that and forgot to mention.
Wait, say that again about F.
So the F as written in the staff report is actually just a copy of A by accident. It appears to be a Scrivener's error.
Okay, so we really want A.
A, that
Okay.
appears to be the position that you're.
So I would move to approve with conditions the request for historic landmark designation of New River Castle located at 625 Northeast 5th Place to the City Commission under case number UDP HPD 21001. Based on a finding, this request meets the criteria as outlined in section 47-24.11.C.7 of the ULDR.
And I just want to clarify, Arthur, your motion would be that it meets the criteria of subsection A?
Yes.
Does your motion address subsection F, whether or not it meets that criteria? It needn't, but
Which is F? Because F is.
F states.
Where is F?
Its distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style, which are valuable for the study of a period, method of construction, or use of indigenous materials. To me, that speaks to the 74 modification.
Okay.
And again, it need not meet both. It only has to meet one to qualify.
Well, I would stick with the first criteria that we just mentioned.
Okay.
Because my previous comment back to Tricia was that I still think this is really an architectural folly.
I got it.
But
no, not you, Arthur. You're good. Go ahead.
Anyway, I would stick to the first one.
All right. Now you move to approve with conditions, so I just want to clarify
With
what
condition
those
A, its value as a significant reminder of the cultural or
And
architectural.
are you limiting your motion to the building itself because you don't find that criterion is met for the rest of the property?
Yes.
And is that based on the discussion had here today and the presentations by the applicant, by the owner, and by the city staff as well as members of the public?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you also find that it is of exceptional importance under 472411C8G?
Absolutely.
And to clarify, that's just the castle, correct?
Just the castle.
Okay. So let me just make sure I understand the motion in whole. Arthur, your motion is to approve with the condition essentially that the designation, the recommendation to the commission be that the building itself be designated, the castle, not the rest of the property, because the information presented to us leads to a decision, in your opinion, that it has been proven that the castle has a value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city, well, in this case, really the city, and therefore meets that criterion of subsection A, as well as the exception under subsection 8G. But not the rest of the property, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to Arthur's motion? Is there a second to Arthur's motion? All right, having no second, then the motion dies. I'll entertain any other motions by members of the board. The board must act on this item. We cannot remain silent. So there has to be a motion to approve or deny.
We can't stay here all night.
I'll make a motion to deny the application.
Motion made by Mr. Chavone,
I'll second it.
seconded by Mr. Carney. Any discussion on the motion to deny the application?
Just make sure you make a finding of the reason for denial, your reason for recommending denial.
I don't think it meets the criteria as described in the presentation.
Which criteria?
Staff report, which is.
Excuse me. We'll have quiet.
Just to clarify, you're saying that it does not meet the criteria of 472411C7A or 472411C7F or 472411C8G.
I say it doesn't meet that because I'm confused about what that means. As I put what the staff has reported and what I've heard from the ownership's attorney. I think there's great distance between the two explanations of its value and its historical.
Yeah, but
just about
point
just
of
the
order, I thought
description.
we weren't
I'm
talking
not
about
comfortable with the information I have, so I have to say no.
Okay. Arthur?
At a point of order, I thought we were not we cannot base our opinion, our vote on the value of the property.
That was the value of the information, not the property.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Talk about the information received.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll have discussion on the motion. So Tim, your motion to deny this is based on the fact that you don't believe the information presented proves that this property, the castle or any of the property applied for, has value as a significant reminder of the cultural heritage of the city?
I do not, because my head is spinning with everything that I just heard over the last 3 hours, and I'm having a very difficult time coming to a decision that I can sleep with, plain and simple. I'm going with my conscience. If anybody in this room can't appreciate that or respect that, then so be it. But I'm voting with my conscience right now.
Okay. So the motion being to deny, I will happily be the first to comment and just say that I think that is a mistake. I think that it has clearly been proven based on the evidence by the applicant as well as the owner himself through his counsel, for reasons previously stated, as a significant reminder of the cultural nature of the property, certainly as the castle, if not the whole property. And I don't think that it's confusing. I think that there's a lot of information there, certainly, but I think it's clear that they've met the criterion. Let the city commission make the decision. That's in their discretion. But excuse me, I appreciate the support, but really, I just want to keep it to business. That's their decision. And our job is to say, did they hit the mark or not? Whether we like it or not, right? We don't have to like it. And I often say to juries when I'm in trial, you don't have to like the law, but you have to follow it. And that's kind of the way I look at this too. We don't have to like the code. We don't have to like it. We have to follow it. And I'll be honest with you. I liked Arthur's motion. I think that the motion to designate the building and not the property probably makes the most sense. And I can get behind that. I'm saddened that it wasn't seconded. So I will be voting. I'm sorry?
Why didn't you second it?
I can't. I'm the chair.
Okay.
I can't.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I wanted to second Arthur's, but I didn't really understand the language where he was. I would definitely second Arthur's before I would second not
So if it's those two choices, I second and third Arthur's.
Okay, well,
if those are the choices.
I appreciate that, but unfortunately, Arthur's motion has passed at this moment. We only have before us Tim's motion to deny. So let's address that. And I certainly encourage members, if you appreciated Arthur's motion, to vote against the motion to deny, and we could have another motion with conditions possibly.
Okay, then I vote against.
Well, hang
to
on,
deny.
hang on, Mrs. Zara, hang on. We're not there yet. We got to do things in order.
So, Mr. Chair, if we're really going to break down the criteria here under C7, and I think we're all in agreement that it's basically A that we're zoning in on, and we look at this language, right? It's a value as a significant reminder of the cultural or archaeological heritage of the city. We're not saying it's state, we're not saying nation, the city. So there it is, right? And I think the difficulty is that we're having a factual dispute, because the factual dispute lies with the application where they did pull a few things out that could get you in thinking that, yes, this meets the criteria. But in the context of this being a quasi-judicial proceeding, we're almost in this inverse scenario where you have an owner defending their position on the basis of the rebuttal brought by their counsel, which I thought artfully really articulated why it wasn't significant. And I'll distill it really quickly, because there was a very condensed ownership of land in Fort Lauderdale dating back to when this was beginning, right? So that to me dismisses that as a cultural archaeological significance. We did hear that the bridge, while brought by the applicant, was significant, then rebutted that it really wasn't. It was a bridge that had a decent run, but really functionally didn't really work well. So it didn't last. And then there's just too much here to try to just slice this in my opinion, to where A makes a complete on point application of meeting the criteria. That being said, I agree with you that that's probably something that the city commission needs to really be careful and delicate with. What I fear is we have the time, having sat through 3+ hours of understanding what's before us, where I don't know, and I'm not dismissing that the city commission is going to take it as seriously as they would any other issue. What I'm concerned by is not knowing enough about the history in this condensed fashion to make a decision, to Tim's point, and it weighing. It's something I'll think about after this meeting is over. And I don't want to put an undue oppression onto the owner for something that I can't really get there on, because I'm taking the application at its face, but it was also brought with a very good rebuttal as to why the things that are so culturally or architecturally, archaeologically significant maybe just are not. And that's the hardest part, because I think we're all agreeing this is the square we need to put the square peg through. And I'm really struggling, and I almost seconded Arthur's motion as well, but it's tough. I mean, this is a really tough one. But let's get back to one point. These are facts, right? So we're not dealing in alternative facts, hopefully, here. So which facts are right? What was it? What's brought forth in the application, or was it what's been disputed? And I don't know. I'm just dealing with the information we've all been presented. We all are. But that's where my dilemma is, right there.
I wanted to respond to something that Richard just said, and it has been a thread going through the conversation. Granted, there were some maybe discrepancies or some conflicts in the historical understanding of the property, and I understand that. But we're looking at the cultural and cultural significance of the property, the social heritage of the property. That is not the architectural history of the property. And the social history of the property is just as relevant as anything else in order to qualify this for designation. So I would still like someone, if not me, maybe to make the resolution or the motion that I think the city commission are the correct people, as has been said by numerous people on this board, to make this decision, because our purview is so narrow.
Well, I certainly appreciate the comments from Mr. Rosa and Mr. Marcus. We do have a pending motion on the floor to deny the petition as a whole. We're going to go ahead and close comment on the motion, and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on that motion.
Mr. Chavon?
Excuse me, it was seconded by Mr. Carney.
Oh.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Parkinson. We were interrupted by members of the public.
Mr. Chavon?
On my motion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Cesara?
Nay on his motion. It's getting confusing because it has been a long one. But so I'm saying nay. If
Motion
I
to
can
deny.
say-
You say no.
I saw that.
Okay, no, yeah, deny that, but
Mr. Rosa?
Yes.
Mr. Parker?
He's abstained.
Can't vote.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Carney?
Yes.
Vice Chair Marcus?
No.
Chair Blank?
No.
Motion fails.
Motion having failed, we still have the item before us for consideration. I'll entertain any further motions on this item.
Well, I'm going to try the same motion I tried before. Maybe people's minds thought a little further.
I think you need to change the motion up a little bit. I don't believe the rules allow us to entertain the same motion once it's failed. Or I guess it wasn't seconded, so we could, right?
Right, it died, so you can make another
Okay.
motion. Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Marcus. Let's try that again.
Trying to get us going since there are other things on the agenda.
Go ahead, Mr. Marcus.
I would move to approve. Let me get the right wording here. I would move to approve with conditions the request for historic landmark designation of the New River Castle. Do I have to read the whole thing? If we've read it. Located at 625 Northeast 5th Place to the City Commission under case number UDP HPD 21001. Based on a finding, this request meets the criteria as outlined in section 4724-11-C-7 of the ULDR. And I'm making this motion only because.
Criterion A?
Pardon?
Criterion A?
Criteria A.
And also you're
Only
finding
because
that,
there has been a lot of information tonight, and there has been a lot of talk, but we have a very specific mandate on which to vote.
okay.
And
The other section,
And you moved with conditions. I just want to know what are the conditions of your motion?
could we just clarify the other section though, 472411C8G? Do you find that it is of exceptional importance, the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, the conditions of your motion would be what, Mr. Marcus?
The conditions of the motion would be that we would, I don't know if we make this part of,
Limited to the property? Is that
we
what
want to bifurcate the
All right, so you
castle
want to,
from the land.
let me see if I can clarify to make sure. I'm going to try to make the record clear. Mr. Marcus, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, you're doing a great job. Continue.
That your motion is to approve the application with the condition that it only apply to the building because you are making a finding or suggesting a finding that it has not been proven that the rest of the property meets criterion A. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that being the motion, is there a second to Mr. Marcus's motion?
I second.
All right, seconded by Ms. Cesara. Any discussion on that motion?
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
Well, I just want to say that that it is difficult, and I do have empathy for the owner. But I also noticed, and I didn't mention it, but you mentioned it, and I would like to say again for the record, when the realtor spoke and she said that it said on there that it was a landmark, with large property, and she said as a realtor she would put that because she doesn't want developers. And also that the owner did mention, that he knew that it had been up before. So it was not like it was that he was completely in the dark about it. I don't even know how you could buy a building like that and not see that it's a landmark. That being said, I do feel for him, but back to the pit bull thing. So I just want to say that I want it to go before the commission, and that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Cesara. All right. Any other discussion on Mr. Marcus's motion to approve the application with the condition that it only apply to the structure on the property as meeting criterion A because he finds that the rest of the property did not meet any of the criterion as outlined in 47-24.11.c.7 of the ULDR. Any other discussion on that motion? Otherwise, we will have a roll call vote. No discussion? Anything, gentlemen? No? All right. Ms. Parkinson, would you please call the roll?
All right, Mr. Chavone,
No.
Ms. Cesara,
I was the one that seconded. So, yeah.
you still have to.
Yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosa,
Yes.
Mr. Carney,
No.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
No.
Thank you. Vice Chair Marcus,
No. Oh, wait.
Motion.
Yes, I'm on the last motion. Yes.
It's very confusing
yes.
for a moment.
Chair Blank,
Yes.
so that motion passes 3 to 2?
All right. Looks like 4-2, I believe, is the final.
4 to 2, sorry. Yes, as soon as I said it, I was like, that's not right.
Did you get Mr. Rosa's vote of yes?
Yes,
That's
we said
support.
4-2 is the vote with Marcus, Cesara, Rosa, Blank in favor, Carney, and Chavone opposed. I want to thank the members of the board for the calm discussion back and forth, regardless of our disagreements. And again, I encourage all members of the public, the applicant, the owner, and even members of the board to reach out to the commission to express their positions on this. I am going to call for order in the chambers, please. We are not done with our business here tonight. Excuse me, if I could please have quiet. We're not done with our business here tonight. You may be, but unfortunately we're not. We got a little bit more that we have to deal with, so if we could please ask for quiet, that would be very helpful. Thank you. And again, thank you to the members of the public for working with us to make this process go as smoothly as it could. All right, that will bring us to the.
Hey, I'd like
let's
to
take a 5-minute bio break. We'll come back at 8:55 p.m. Ms. Conca? Ms. Conca?
We're ready to start. We have another issue.
Yep, I got it. Nope, no, because we got other stuff to deal with. All right, no, that's okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 8:58 p.m. I believe that Ms. Wallen has a correction to make on the record.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify for the record that the address on UDP HPD 21001 is 625 Southwest 5th Place. From Mr. Marcus, that address is the address that was in your motion that you just misstated the address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But the correct address is 625 Southwest 5th Place, and
Okay.
that's what you meant in your motion. So
Great.
just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you for that, appreciate that. All right, so all the items on the agenda being heard, we're gonna go on to communication to the city commission. There is none. Let's go on to the, for the good of the city of Fort Lauderdale. Well, am I correct? No communication to the city commission at this time, or, yeah, okay. We'll go on to the for the good of the city, 2022 meeting schedule.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add one thing for the communication to the city because it relates directly to the last agenda item, if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think we were gonna make a communication, but if you think we need to, let's hear it.
No, I mean, and let's just for a moment discuss it amongst ourselves, and if it's not worthwhile, then certainly let's not pass it along.
Sure.
I found the procedural sequence of this application to be troubling, and I mean that only to say that we received the information from the applicant, as we do in any other application, well in advance of the application. Maybe I missed this, but we didn't get anything but a flurry in response from counsel from the owner. And I had a tough time being able to weigh that as much as I was able to weigh everything else that came forth in the application itself. So my point is, when we have a unique application like this, where there's a designation being put forth by one of the five applicable parties that could then bring this application, I think there be maybe an extension of notice or some additional time to rebut it and then circulate that information to the board for additional consideration rather than just see it for the first time during the application and presentation.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, this happens in court all the time, right? Where opposing counsel shows up at the hearing and goes, "Oh, here, by the way, here's the case law that I'm going to rely on." I go, "Wait a minute, Judge, I haven't even had a chance to look at this. I wish we had gotten this packet like a week before," right? So maybe the communication, I'm assuming, Sherry, that the procedures and the timelines for the applications, is that part of the code? Or is that kind of a policy within the city?
The 180-day requirement, you mean?
No,
That's in the
no.
statute.
As far as once they file the application, is there a time frame by which any other persons need to get us information?
No, in fact, they could have sent it to you earlier if they wanted. There's
Sure.
nothing preventing them from communicating with you. So I don't
Okay.
know if it's appropriate to put that in the code per se, because some may not want to. It's just at their discretion of.
So Richard, maybe that's the problem. Is they could have, they didn't. I wish they would have. And I'm
No, and then I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah,
I
because
thought
I
that there was something precluding that, and therefore they did not. And we landed here where here's this beautifully manicured application, and here's this just rapid fire response. So if that's the case,
well, you didn't have the benefit of, but we got a pretty thick packet from them. I don't know if you can see me holding it up.
Got it.
A pretty
Okay.
thick packet from them with the information that was in their thing, and it's like at first I want to say, once the application is finalized and notice is given to the owner, they should provide their response within 30 days or something like that. But my concern is that what happens when they miss that 30 days? Then they're precluded from getting us the stuff. Like, that's wrong.
Got it.
So I think maybe it's better to leave well enough alone and just hope that people get it.
Yes, I agree. Okay.
All right. So with that, but good point. With that, let's go on to the 2022 meeting schedule discussion. July meeting to be held on Wednesday, July 6th. The September meeting to be held on Wednesday, September 7th. Otherwise, it will always be the first Monday of the month at 5 p.m., hopefully in chambers always, unless we don't want to. I guess I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Rosa.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Marcus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll pass unanimously. Thank you. All right, next is the discussion of the North Federal Highway area. We kind of carried this over from last
Well, this
meeting.
is the third time it's been carried over.
Third time. So let's continue talking about that briefly. Because
I have a very brief presentation because the criteria has been changed. We went from 10 buildings to 3. So maybe we can put the presentation on the screen very quickly.
Jerry, can we get that presentation?
Oh,
we're working on it.
Yeah. And it'll take maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I talk fast.
While we're waiting on that, there was a discussion at the last City Commission conference meeting concerning one of the buildings that Arthur had raised as part of the discussion, and that's the Bayview building. And there was a request by the City Commission to provide feedback on that building and its eligibility for designation. And just to provide a communication.
Feedback from
that.
you or from the board?
From the board.
From the board.
That's the building they're looking to tear down, right, Arthur?
Nope.
Bayview building?
Which one?
Bayview building.
Well, we're trying not to have it torn down.
No, that's what they're trying to do
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah. I have a quick question for Tricia. Oh, here we're up. Okay. My quick question is Miami awning on Federal Highway. They seem to have dismantled the entire signage, the whole second portion of the building. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
You might want to drive by.
If the property is not designated, I don't receive the permit application or any
Oh.
notification concerning any alteration to
Well,
it.
I can't tell if they're tearing it down or rebuilding it.
I do not know.
Okay. Well, this gives me more fuel for our discussion here.
I think just to finish, the other part of the conversation from the City Commission was, what the board's thoughts are on what we can do for situations like you're mentioning now, for properties that are not designated moving forward, and if that would constitute any review process by staff or part of the permit application process. But that was.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I know we've had a long night.
So the commission, respectfully, the commission is curious as to what recommendations we have as to the code that they set forth and passed as to what more work we should give to you, singular staff member in this entire department, to review possible things that are not yet designated or have been applied for.
That's correct. So there were there was a lot of discussion and a lot of emails that were sent
Hire
out.
more staff in the historic preservation department.
That were sent out a couple of weeks ago concerning specifically the Bayview building, and it did create a discussion amongst the commissioners at the conference meeting the last time they met, which was approximately 2 weeks ago. And as part of that conversation, Commissioner Glassman and the mayor had made the request that the HPB have this discussion concerning this building and about possibilities for improvements to the ordinance. Something that was discussed several years ago was to do a demolition delay ordinance, and that's something that we had worked on at one point in time but didn't move forward, and something that came about as part of that conversation was to develop a survey system so that we could identify properties throughout the city that are of significance, and that's something.
So wait, two
of course,
questions.
we have been working towards.
The first of all, I'm curious as to what this demolition delay ordinance is like. What does that mean necessarily? But didn't you do a survey of the city for potential historic properties?
We're working through different neighborhoods. We haven't completed the comprehensive survey of the entire city because it does take time.
So let me. Here's a question for you, and I know Trish, you're probably not going to want to answer this, but what neighborhood are you working on currently on that, or where are you guys at with that?
Well, we just completed a survey of Poinciana Park and Croissant Park, and that was
Croissant or Croissant?
Croissant.
Okay.
And that was funded through a grant from the state of Florida.
So I then let me because I want to get back to the demolition delay ordinance. I'm curious about that, but maybe I'll make a recommendation that we send a communication to the city, encouraging them to direct your office to focus on this corridor or this area as the next neighborhood or section?
Well, that's part of what I wanted to present today.
Okay, sorry. I don't mean to be stepping
I
on your
just
toes.
wanted
So
to
I
add,
just wanted to throw that out there.
and one thing I wanted to add to what Tricia was saying, because I will lose it in the comments, later on, is that I've been trying to say this through a number of projects unsuccessfully, that when we have a situation like the Bayview building or some of the other ones like Times Square, why can't we have some people from the city sit down with some of the owners, talk to them first, tell them they may not even be aware that it's a historically noted building, and tell them what these buildings mean to the city, and start a dialogue. That's all I'm saying. Rather than having them meet here, as Tim was saying earlier, for the first time you come into the commission chambers. It's not the friendliest way to do it. I'm not saying that will be a great outcome, but I think it's the right way to begin a discussion.
I can't necessarily totally respond to that, but
If you're going to request that staff do public outreach, which I think is what you mean, then that would be a recommendation you'd give to the commission to ask that Tricia
Okay.
do public outreach for these
Right.
properties. But the thing is that it should be relevant to some sort of request that you want to designate. So I just would caution
All right, well
that.
then let's start with these three buildings here.
Right,
So-
because the issue would be if it doesn't meet any of the criteria, then it would be a waste of her time.
Of course.
So my caution would be just make sure you find that it meets the criteria for designation first, make your motion, and then,
Okay.
with the architectural resource surveys, public outreach is a component of that, where
Okay.
we do reach out to the neighborhood associations that we're surveying in, make offers to the presidents of those associations to come speak to the groups.
Okay, good.
And we do post it on our website, which is a form of education to the community, that you can go online and read more about your neighborhood, the neighborhood's history, and see which properties are of significance.
Good.
All right, so
So
let's,
let's go there.
Let's hear Arthur's presentation, and then we can kind of go from there.
So which brings us to, we in Fort Lauderdale have a world-class collection of mid-century architecture, which today is under a real threat of demolition because practically nothing is protected. This is why I've been proposing through our discussions at these last three board meetings, the historic site designation of specific mid-century buildings in Fort Lauderdale. Upon request from the HP staff at our last discussion, the proposed number of historic site designations has been reduced from 10 to a total of 3 in order to enable staff to complete the work in a timely manner. The 3 buildings we've selected here today, and we will talk about in a moment, were all originally designed by our own Fort Lauderdale star architect, Charles McKirahan. The intent here, beyond just the designation of some of these buildings, would also be, I'd like to raise this to the City Commission, to ask the city to change the zoning code to allow for what is called thematic historic districts, which would not require that the parts of a historic district be contiguous. The whole purpose here is the architecture of Charles McKirahan. That's what I'm getting at. He's the most famous architect that many in this room have probably never heard of before. He had a 100-person plus architecture firm and an international clientele based out of Fort Lauderdale. He lived a short distance from his studio right on Middle River Drive. In the immediate years after the end of World War II, it would not be an understatement to say that he designed practically half of everything going up in Fort Lauderdale, while his design philosophies influenced the architects of the other half. Please note that all the black and white photos in this presentation are courtesy of History Fort Lauderdale. Most of the color photographs are mine, except as noted. As our city literally grows up all around us, and we must not lose sight of our past, I wanted to read one of the letters that the board received. It's very short. This was from Charles McKirahan's son, Robert McKirahan, who basically said, "Dear Chair and members of the Historic Preservation Board, we urge you to do all you can to temporarily protect and designate the Bayview office building, Charles McKirahan, 1958 1959 as an architectural landmark. In the decades after World War II, until his tragic death in 1964, McKirahan did more to shape the image of Fort Lauderdale through his unique tropical American modernism than any other architect before or since. Though McKirahan's legacy remains nearly intact, we cannot afford to lose another Fort Lauderdale McKirahan icon, such as the Marina Motor Inn on the 17th Street Causeway, which is still the site of an empty lot 20 years after its demolition. Architectural conservation is about enriching the future with the best of our past and go hand in hand with new development. Please protect the Bayview office building so it may be admired and enjoyed by future generations. Sincerely, Robert and Gwen McKirahan, last living son and child of Charles F. McKirahan, AIA. So, two questions before the board. One is the designation of these three buildings, and then talking a little further about the talking about a thematic historic district. If we can go to the next slide, for lack of a better word. Times Square Center, designed by Charles McKirahan, is one of these little jewels that it was created in the spirit of the modern architectural villages of the 1920s. It's actually an entire city block. You can go to the next one. It was designed, obviously, to incorporate the automobile in 1955, which is very early. But one of the things that's wonderful is that it celebrates the pedestrian also as celebrating the automobile. It's late. Next image. Everywhere you turn in this development, it looks like a little city. And there are very few things to compare this to. In South Florida, there's Espanola Way in Miami Beach, and there's Worth Avenue in Palm Beach, but they were done in the 20s. They were also the same idea. The one architect designed, or several architects designed, a little cityscape, and that's what this is. Next slide. Just from every angle, it looks different. There's a whole, it's hard to believe that it was all done by one architect. And next slide, next one, image. On the corner, we have what's I'm calling the Prow building for the sake of a better name. And I'm showing this wonderful picture at the upper right taken by the photographer Robin Hill, which shows the original construction of the Brise Soleil, the way he had open brick screens designed around the second floor. And what's happened today in the upper left, your patio store, where I still call this death by a million cuts, because although the structure's there, you can barely recognize what the building was. Next, please. And one on the other end of the property was Charles McKirahan's original architectural studio. You can see what it looked like on the upper left, which he designed in a very modernistic way. And in the lower left, unfortunately, is what it looks like today. I mean, all that has been built in front of or on top of what was there. And everything could be restored if it needed to be. One of the things that he was noted for, and it comes through in some of these interior pictures, are the architectural screens, the Brise Soleil that he used. And he used different kinds of screens to shade out the harsh Florida sunlight. And it really does make a very unique look from 1955. Next. And next we go to the second building, which is currently the Ferguson showroom on Federal Highway, now the Castro Convertible showroom. Next. This is a great picture of the original building. And you can tell it's original because if you look at the front windows, they're sloping. And when they did the renovations, these were removed totally, and they just put totally vertical windows in. But you can see how the sloping windows really accentuate the forms. Next. One of the things that I found, there was a wonderful quote from Bernadette Castro, who was the daughter of the owner of Castro Convertibles, who basically was talking about Charles McKirahan. And she said, the architect had a bravura style that often threw caution to the wind in favor of visual and excitement. What could have been a bland showroom became vibrant with windows canted at an 80-degree angle. And basically, she said it was her father, Julian Castro, who told McKirahan that he wanted cars to see the building from Federal Highway. I love that line because I think it really explains this whole idea of roadside mid-century architecture. Next. And just a shot from the other side. You can see the difference with the straight vertical glazing. Next. And then lastly, the third building is the Bayview office building, designed and constructed in 2 phases, again by Charles McKirahan, architect. The western, in the white brick facade, stood alone until the second phase in red brick was completed in 1960. It's interesting. I'll just tell you 2 details about it. It was designed in such a way that the floor plates extend about 2.5 feet beyond the superstructure, and that supports the brise soleil, the screens, and in back of that is full height glass. And he put together, this is something that is a current response to climate control that architects are using today in many buildings. Next. And just one of the older shots, this shows the 2 wings when they were new with a beautiful entrance with the tripods, the 3 tripods, the entranceway, the porte cochere in the middle. That has since been long destroyed, but the 2 wings are there. Next, please. And just one more historic view of the building. Super signage like this was a typical part of mid-century buildings, as were the brise soleil screens. Thank you. Next. And I took this picture as a close-up because I wanted to show the undulating motion of the screens. And this working behind the screens would be similar to working behind the screens in the McKirahan building that we looked at earlier. Next image. So basically, these are the 3 buildings which I'm asking the board to recommend for designation that would then go to the city commission. Know that all 3 of these buildings, all by Charles McKirahan, are in big danger today. The owners of the Bayview building have already given notice to the owners that they intend to demolish it in 6 to 9 weeks. Whether that happens or not, we don't know. Tricia has confirmed that there has been no demolition permit pulled yet. Times Square is slowly being, as I said, death by a million cuts. I mean, you can see in this picture how maintenance is not happening. There's a parapet that's falling off. They've repainted some of the buildings, but they've really, I don't think they appreciate what they own here. And that was one of the reasons I talked about having a dialogue.
So Arthur, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Again, let me ask this question. I see you as making 2 requests. First, that the board recommend designation for the 3 buildings, and secondarily, that you are requesting we send a communication to the city that they direct the Historic Preservation Department, being Trish, to reach out to the owners to try to see.
No, there's actually something else that I was requesting that the city commission look at the zoning and add thematic historic districts to the zoning.
So 3 requests. So let me go with the first, and I guess Sherry, this really would be a question for you. What are the steps necessary for us to take Arthur's consideration into account and put them before the board? Do we need to calendar a motion? Does Arthur need to apply? How does that work? Well, he can't.
To get the designations of the property, my understanding when reading the minutes from the last meeting, you all had agreed that you would have a motion in November and invite the property owners to that meeting so that you could have a motion for the designation.
I thought we first had to put it on the agenda.
That's correct. So I was about to say you can put it as an agenda item. I believe the discussion was November. So at that point, then there will be, once the application is filed, there'll be interim protective measures in place so that it cannot be demolished or any sort of development that affects the property. And then after, until there is a final decision made, whether it's approved or denied. So then it would go after the Historic Preservation Board, then it goes to the City Commission after that.
So the city commission would constitute the final decision.
That's correct. For the individual designations, for the district, then it would go here and then to the Planning and Zoning Board and then to the City Commission. However, with the thematic district, we'd really need to put that in the code in order to have due process for the property owners, because at this point, the property owners don't know that that's something that someone could do.
All right, so let's take this in parts. The first thing is, I believe we need to have a motion because it wasn't moved last meeting, right? So we need a motion to place this on the agenda for purposes of historic designation of the 3 buildings presented by Arthur, and that motion would be today. So if there's a motion to place this on the November agenda for consideration, I'll hear it.
I'd like to move to
But-
place.
Go ahead, Trish.
One point of clarification, it would be a motion to initiate a designation application.
I'm sorry, the motion today would be to initiate?
The agenda item would be a motion to initiate the application. Staff would then bring the
Vote
application
in
to.
November would be to say, yes, Trish, go, or no, don't. And then if we vote to
Yes.
say yes, then she would go.
This motion is just to put that on the
So
agenda.
the motion today would be to place the item on the agenda to either direct or not direct Trish to initiate the application process. So Arthur,
Did you want to make as a part of your motion just what you said before, which is for Tricia to notify the property owners in advance to show up at the meeting?
yes, I think that would be wonderful. Absolutely. So that would be part of the motion, right, Arthur?
Yes, a friendly, informative letter.
Yes, there you go.
Friendly.
So I'm sure Trish is nothing but friendly and or informative. So I'm sure that will happen. All right. So that being a motion, there's a second to Arthur's motion to place it on the agenda. We're not voting on the item. Just
Could I just clarify the motion, please?
Yeah, sure.
So this motion does not,
No action is taken. It just puts it on
no
our
action
agenda to have
taken.
that
We're not
discussion.
saying that we want to fill out an application for designation. We want to put it on the agenda for consideration to be filled out.
Right.
And
And then
have
in
discussion
November, we decide
and-
whether or not we want to
Okay.
decide to either do that or not.
All right. For sake of time, I will second that.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Chavone. Is there any discussion on that motion? Everybody understand what we're doing? All right.
A little
So
quick comment on discussion. Miss City Attorney.
Quick comment. Oh, who's saying quick comment?
Hang on, Mrs. Zara.
Hold on.
It's gonna be Mr.
Sorry.
Chavone first, and then we'll go to you.
I know we have to follow protocol, and that's where I get a little crazy. So when we want to do things like this, why can't we put this before the commission? This Arthur's vision is noble, but we know that at the end of the day, it's going to go before the commission, no matter how we package it, and they're going to have the final say in it.
Right.
Why can't we put this, cart before the horse, so to speak, and have that? Why can't we just put this forth to the commission and say, when we want to bring this to you, would you even consider it? So that we don't go through all these hoops and then get no for an answer.
Are you
But
talking
on
about-
certain items, not on every item, but something this big, and not to get too verbose on it, but Arthur, you saw what we just went through for 3 hours on a little tiny castle on a $1.5 million piece of land. Now we're talking about billions of dollars, tax dollars.
Yes, but that can't enter into our equation, remember?
It has to, because it's the reality of the matter. This is what we're missing here in this board. We have to look at things practically. We could talk all we want and convince ourselves that it doesn't matter. You want to say that, fine. But I'm just telling you, we bring this before the commissioner, it's going to come down. One of the factors is going to be, obviously, do they qualify? That's our job. Can the county, the city, and the state afford to do this? And are there other ways that we should be going about this? I love the start. I'm all for what this motion is. I just wanted to make those comments and clarify the fact that there was a way to put this in front of our commission before we go through these hoops, and maybe that's not a good idea.
Let me ask a question. Tim, I'm sorry to step on you, but let me ask a question. Is there some way to expedite this kind of a request?
The only other way to do it would be to send a communication to the commission for them to put it on their agenda, because they can also do a motion to initiate an application. However, I'm just not quite sure when that motion would be on their agenda. In other words, your meeting might come faster than when they get to it.
Better we do it this way.
Yeah.
Maybe just to move.
No, and all
So I agree with you. I
fairness-
think
all
if there was
fairness
a,
to Arthur's vision, it's better we do it this way, because then we do the work for them instead of them saying that's too much work. No.
well, I think that regardless of what we do, this is yet another example why we need to encourage the city commission to hire additional staff in the department.
Absolutely.
Because the faster we can move on these things, the faster we can address them, right?
Well, this
You
is
know,
a prime
down,
example.
Money in this whole department, big time.
Agreed. Because to Tim, to your and really, Mr. Carney, to your point too, like the financial impacts of our decisions and of ultimately the city commission's decisions are so great that we owe it to the city and to the citizens of the city to try to address these issues as expeditiously as possible. Because the longer we go through this process, it holds people up and affects financially many people, like on both ends, right? So we need to be moving this forward. I agree. I'm sorry, Mrs. Zara, you had a comment as well. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Okay, so my comment is this, that absolutely, if you think that you had a lot of people for the castle, those are like, those are, I feel like people probably don't know that those buildings are being considered. I know you said they're not considered demolition, but I feel like so many people, I know people that live in Dan Duckham homes. And when I first helped save a property in my neighborhood, luckily my son's baseball game or practice got rained out. And there was a big sign that they were going to tear this historical home down. So I went to the meeting, and I cannot believe how many people were against me being there, because they had already, met with the developers and stuff like that. But they had given the gross, like where they said they were going to do bigger than they had really planned. And they were calling me a loose cannon. I'm sure you all can agree with them at some point that I can be a loose cannon. But I feel like people don't know as much as maybe a buyer doesn't know when they buy a house or a property about the historical. There are so many people that would protect those buildings. And so if you could get it out on social media, and I'm the only reason I'm saying anything, you guys, I'm the youngest of 7 daughters. All of my sisters talk way more than I do. And my nature would be more to go to Arthur privately, but I know I can't do that because of the Sunshine Law. And so I just want to say that, anything, a GoFundMe, get it out there, because the reason that people aren't speaking up for those buildings is because they probably don't know that they're in danger.
Exactly. I agree, Mrs. Zara, which is why I think it's really important that we get this on our agenda so it can be noticed and the owners are brought in as well. I think it's really important. You make a really...
And even more so, like more than what we do, I feel like we're in a bubble, more so. You saw how they came out. So thank you for listening.
No, I agree. I agree with you. And I think that's something we've done better, but I still think we could do more. And I think that would also help if the city commission gave more staff resources to Miss Logan.
Absolutely. And social media. I would say to the architect's family that has reached out to put the word out, put it on social media. Yep. Don't be shy. It's not a private matter, especially for people that don't have to worry about the Sunshine Law.
Right. So, Mrs. Zara, thank you. What we're going to do is we have a motion and a second to place this on our agenda with communication to the owners of the properties to invite them to our meeting. And we're gonna do that first. So let's go ahead and do a voice vote on this. All those in favor of placing this on the agenda for consideration in our November meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion will carry unanimously. So in November, we will have the discussion as to whether or not to make to institute the historic designation applications for those 3 properties, or any of those 3 properties.
So I have a question for.
Wait, hang on 2 seconds. I'm going to get there.
All right.
I do think that we should send a communication to the city commission in light of their inquiry of this board tonight, as well as the issues that we have come across today, both in the items addressed earlier tonight and the item we just currently addressed, that we again encourage them to delegate further resources and more staff to the historic preservation department.
Here.
Let's vote on that, make it unanimous.
Well, I think, so then that would be my recommended communication to the city. And quite frankly, I just think that we see repeatedly in our work here that, Trish is spread so thin. We could accomplish more. The citizens of the city of Fort Lauderdale would be able to accomplish more expeditiously, and that we would be able to protect both property owners' rights and the historic preservation of the city better if there were more resources designated to that department. So with that, I would entertain a motion to send that communication to the city commission.
I'll second it.
I need somebody to move first. So moved by Mr. Chavone. You're a big boy. Who's going to be the seconder?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Carney. Thank you, sir, for that. I'm going to assume there is no discussion on that motion other than I hope we all agree. If there is discussion, I'd be happy to hear it. Otherwise, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously to send that commission to the city. Arthur, you had another point to make on.
I forgot already.
Even better. I love that because it's 9:33. All right. Are there any other matters to be addressed by the board this evening?
Did you want the thematic district? Because I know you
Oh,
mentioned.
yeah, we wanted to talk about
The thematic district.
that was-
So then let's also send the proper. Yeah. Okay. So let's also, I would entertain a motion to send a communication to the city commission that they take up consideration of a thematic district.
thematic historic district.
Thematic historic district, specifically along the Federal Highway corridor.
Well, specifically starting with the Charles McCurahan's buildings.
Okay, so we'll work.
Well, the way we would do it wouldn't be specifically like a certain area. We would, because that would take a longer time. If
It's
we're
not
doing-
an area. This would be individual site designations.
Okay, I just
joined
wanted to
together
make sure.
As a district.
I thought you
Yeah.
wanted like a specific district.
I remember my quick question that I forgot.
Oh, well, wait, hey, go ahead. Yeah, because there's no motion.
It's for Tricia, but I'll wait till she's.
Just to be clear for the record, it's a code amendment, correct? That's what
We
Tricia
are
wants.
recommending a code amendment.
Yes.
We are recommending a code amendment to include a thematic historical district.
Great.
Okay. So let me hold that thought. Don't forget it. Write it down if you need to. Entertain a motion for that communication. Arthur, it's yours.
I will move to.
Okay, moved by Arthur. Is there a second? Anybody?
So just to be clear on the motion, because they're going to write this down, they're going to be like, what? So I just want to make sure it's clear that you are moving to ask the city commission to ask the city manager to have staff work on an amendment to the code to include a thematic district. Just
Right.
want to make sure.
And just explain to them in the communication that what a thematic historic district enables us to do. It enables us to put together non-contiguous property.
May I just make a suggestion? Sometimes when you send communications to the city commission, they want an explanation. Does anybody from the board want to go and say?
I would designate, as chair, I would designate Arthur on behalf of the board to go present.
Just
Oh,
to
you mean
make
to
sure,
talk?
because they always ask like,
I'd be
what's
happy
going
to,
on.
yeah.
Okay.
So I would designate Arthur as chair of the board. So congratulations,
my-
you're
my
now
quick-
given work, but we
Why,
do
thank
need
you.
a motion, a second, and a vote.
I think
So Arthur made the motion. Arthur made the motion. Is there a second to Arthur's motion for the communication? Somebody?
I'll second it again.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Carney. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries unanimously for that communication to be sent. Now,
My question was, since this issue has been discussed at the end of every meeting when we're really wiped out tonight especially, I'm wondering if on the agenda, this issue might be further up in the agenda.
now it will be because it should be in the agenda items section. not
Yeah,
the city.
that's what
So
I meant.
Let's make this number one on our November agenda.
Okay, it would be considered individually.
Well, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So it would go
Well, it'd be
before
one,
any of the certificates of appropriateness.
Okay.
would we talk?
Because they're separate properties, it's separate items. So that's what
Right,
she's
I
saying. 1, 2,
understand.
3.
So would we do 3 discussions on each building and then 1 discussion on a thematic district? Or
We
is
don't
that
discuss
now in
we don't
That's in the
discuss
commission's hands.
That's for the commission. You're going to go
Good,
chat with
good.
them about that. We're going to do 3 consideration of the 3 individual buildings in
Right.
November to determine whether or not we want to have Trish institute a petition to have them designated.
Okay.
Got it? Awesome. All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. 9:37 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your cooperation tonight.
Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Good night.